The fifth was the one girl I was talking to. I was trying to tell her to jump off the map because it would have been funny. Hey, Chandler.
Hello. Why were you asking that though, Albert? You thought you were about to come up on some money?
No, my friend wanted to trade his Hughes for a game, and I didn't think it would be worth much, and it's not worth much.
Yeah, I think like there are people that are selling like 5 huge computers for like $2.
Yeah,
And
he has like $1.50.
shit, he has more than me. I'm trying to sell my Skyblock account, but I haven't found anyone yet. Because I
Wait,
can't
you're
post.
actually gonna sell it?
Dog, I need food. I've lost 20 pounds last month from not
I don't
eating.
know if that's a good or bad thing.
Oh, it's terrible. I've been eating like 1 or 2 bags of chips a day. I'm talking like the minis.
Oh. That,
But I'm losing weight, so who cares if I die?
well, don't die.
Dusky, keep it real with you. You are the last person on planet fucking Earth I want to hear uh weight advice from. You
Well, I
don't
don't
eat.
know.
You don't eat.
Well, no, I just wasn't sure if you meant it in like a good way or a bad way.
I meant it in a way that hopefully I don't die.
Oh.
But no, it's just more so I'm like I would rather just have money at the moment, and if I were to like I said, if they come out with primals before that, I'm gonna keep my account.
Yeah.
If not, I'm gonna get rid of it. I uploaded my
Fair enough.
first pet sim video yesterday. Dog. I'll tell you the premise of the video real quick. I'm streaming by the way, but nobody's here, so who fucking cares? Uh, so I joined a clan in this game because it was a top 10 clan. I don't know they got this clan war because I left after what I'm about to tell you. But
Alright.
so what happened is I was on Twitter looking at a guy that does leaks for pet sim. There's a guy that commented, um, for reference, the clan boss and B2SS, it's the senior clan and the junior clan. They're ran by the same person.
Yeah.
He was under the post saying, I've been doing some investigative journalism, and I concluded that these two were colluding with each other during clan wars and even swapping members. I'm like,
What?
I'm like, what? And somebody commented, yeah, they're owned by the same person. And he responded, oh, that's gonna help my research. Can you send me some proof? I'm like, oh, he's fucking with people. I understand what he's doing.
Yeah.
And so I went to his profile and I saw he talked about a top 3 clan called Herd. He's like, yeah, they might be arrested soon because of the fact that one of their clan members is Queen Elizabeth and she's been dead for years. We'll look more into this.
Wild.
And so I'm posting these in my clan chat and everybody's laughing. They think it's funny. And so I see he's talking about like the top clans at that moment. So I'm like, oh, well, I ought to get him to make one about my clan. And so I went and said, so there's a competition, or the clan war and the overall war is about hatching a certain huge.
Yeah.
And my clan leader was number 1 overall because the event's good versus evil. He was number 1 overall for hatching the event huge on the good side, which he wasn't doing anything. He just got RNG carried.
Yeah.
And so so I was like, you should investigate this clan. The leader's number 1, and that's kind of sus, which clearly was a joke.
Yeah.
Would you like to know how he responded?
What?
Dude, what the fuck? Are you fucking serious? Are you really that fucking stupid? Why would you let your clan and your clan leader down? Are you serious? This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen somebody in the clan do. Fucking stupid bitch. I'm like, um, I mean, first I looked around my room for like a 15 seconds because I was trying to figure out who the fuck he was talking to. But I'm like, dude, It was a joke. It was a clear joke. If you can't tell that, that's your fault.
Yeah.
And he's like, why would you try to disrespect, especially your clan leader? Yeah, because I'm telling another person, Leah, fuck you. I'm like, well, first off, who the fuck are you? First off, I don't give a shit about you. And so basically, I called him out. I'm like, you really getting an ego over a child's game on Roblox? So I uploaded that whole thing on YouTube. The only reason I did it, I don't care if it blows up. I just want him to know that his username is in the fucking title. And so if anybody ever searches him up, that video's gonna pop up.
That's funny.
But no. I was supposed to go get shit for my grandma, but she said never mind. She called me because I don't know if you guys have cats.
I used to.
You ate them.
No, I'm not. Wait, actually, no, I shouldn't say that in my new stream.
I already knew you were about to say something. Speaking of those people, I found an awesome video today.
Oh.
It was a guy exploring a abandoned building, and when he went inside, he found decomposing baby corpses in water.
Did he eat them? Did he eat them? Please tell me.
No, but like he said they were props, and then
Oh.
like 10 months later he went back and they were still there.
Huh.
I don't know why that video exists. I ought to send it to you.
No, don't. I don't want to go to prison for something. No, I'm good.
I don't know. I was watching a disturbing media iceberg video, and that showed up. I'm like, oh, let me look this up. And when I saw it, I'm like, oh, I don't think this is props. I found the video on Reddit.
That's
It's
a worse sign.
It was called, the subreddit was called China IRL.
I don't think that belongs there.
Yeah.
No, it did. Was it you, Albert?
They post on the... What?
Was that you in the video?
Albert,
No.
there's a crate if you want to go get it. I don't know. That's even worse though.
I was currently streaming, but my grandma was like, "Hey, you should can you go to the cat or the pet store because we just got a PetSmart near us." And the thing is, she wanted me to get something because our the cat we have has started like eating her plants and then just throwing up. So now we are trying to basically find some stuff to like for the cat to chew on, that type of shit. But I don't know where to look, I'm gonna be honest.
And then it's just crazy that some network executive thought this was a good idea. This is a piece of history because if you really think about it, this has to be one of the few times where a actual character from children's cartoons can be seen advertising this type of stuff. I know there's other ones out there, but this is just one of the more notable ones. That will bring us to Layer 5. Layer 5 contains more odd...
Alright, The Littlest Tramp, Gravity Falls in Kenya. The Hunger Strike, The Legend of Dratini, The Garbage Pail Kids cartoon, Joju Tsubaki, and Heroes Beavis and Butthead. Okay.
subject matter, from cartoon characters possibly doing drugs to tackling racial issues in the US. And no better place to start than with a very old yet classic cartoon, The Littlest Tramp. The main plot of this episode of Mighty Mouse entails a lady that is selling flowers that keeps getting undermined by this rich businessman.
Would.
During one of these interactions, the businessman ends up crushing one of the flowers from the lady, and Mighty Mouse takes the ashes from the flower and stuffs them in his pocket. Then later in the episode, when Mighty Mouse takes out this crustacean, this happens. He takes out the ashes from earlier, thinking fondly of the flower girl, and proceeds to sniff them, but ends up snorting them up his nose. This scene was the source of controversy before it even aired. Editor Tom Klein brought up this issue in board meetings, claiming that the scene looked too similar to another addictive substance that people snort up their nose.
Coke is yummy and delicious.
Cocaine. Ralph Bakshi, the main producer of Mighty Mouse, was approached by tons of employees expressing their concern over this, and despite him believing that they were being too paranoid and overreacting, he ended up allowing them to cut the scene. However, the senior director at the time, John Kricfalusi, believed that the scene was harmless, and following this advice, the team decided to air the episode after it was approved by network executives. And it initially aired without any controversy on Halloween in 1987. But a little less than 8 months later, on June 8th of 1988, the head of the American Family Association, Donald Wildman,
Ew.
alleged that the episode did in fact depict cocaine usage, which sparked a media frenzy. For this next part to make sense, you have to understand that Ralph Bakshi, who is the main producer of Mighty Mouse, also is notable for creating one adult film titled Fritz the Cat.
Wait. I've seen this.
The AFA used Bakshi's Fritz the Cat creation against him, insinuating that it was an example of his lustful mind, explaining that if someone can make that film, then they could certainly be trying their best to add adult-oriented scenes into their cartoons. And in corporate fashion, they completely missed the mark on what Fritz the Cat was actually trying to do. Fritz the Cat was a commentary and satire on the American college life of that era, the free love movement, racial issues, and served to criticize politics of the time. What's wild is that the AFA accused CBS of, and I quote, hiring a known worker in the adult industry to do this cartoon for children, and then allowed him to insert a scene where the cartoon hero is shown doing cocaine. Ralph ended up defending himself by basically saying that you could go to any cartoon of that era, pick out a few still images, and spin the story in a way that you would get the same impression. Here is exactly what he said after this. I despise drugs. I would be out of my mind to show a cartoon character snorting that in a cartoon. Another quote from him reads, Mighty Mouse was happy after smelling the flowers because it helped him remember the little girl who sold it to him fondly. But even if you're right, their accusations became part of the air we breathe. That's why I cut the scene. I can't have children wondering if Mighty Mouse is using cocaine. In the end, they did cut the scene, and to be fair, at least from the facts that I've read so far on this case, it does appear to be an innocent mistake on Bakshi's part. And this is reflected by CBS's actions after this, as many called for Ralph Bakshi to be removed from the team entirely. But on July 25th, 1998, they released a statement that was in complete support of him. Just one of those cases where what was thought to be an innocent mistake ended up being blown way out of proportion by way too many opinionated people, which is a classic internet tale as old as time. Gravity Falls in Kenya. Gravity Falls is just straight up banned in Kenya due to its adult themes for it being a cartoon. I did find an article stating that Kenya's censorship board banned Gravity Falls as part of a 6-cartoon ban lineup, which included The Loud House, The Legend of Korra, Hey Arnold, Clarence, and of course, Gravity Falls. It appears to have been banned due to its inclusion of LGBT themes. What's interesting about this case is that Kenya only banned Gravity Falls in 2017, after the show had already ended, and the hammer was brought down only after some of the creators of Gravity Falls came out and basically confirmed that some of the characters were gay or lesbian. I don't know why, but this feels way worse than a normal case of LGBT censorship, because in this one, it's very crystal clear that the only reason the show got banned was because some characters hint at their sexual orientation. The Legend of Dratini. There exists a banned episode of Pokemon titled The Legend of Dratini. This episode has a pretty normal plot based all around Dratini and the man who discovered it, the warden of the Safari Zone named Kaiser. The reason this episode is so controversial is because of Kaiser's liberal use of his firearm that he has nicknamed Thunderbolt. Anytime Ash tries to question the man, or anytime anyone does something that rubs him the wrong way, boom, face full of Thunderbolt. The episode aired in Japan on November 25th of 1997, but it has not been aired anywhere else outside of Asia due to it being banned. Obviously, this was largely due to the pervasive use of firearms, and I can totally see why. You might think that Jesse holding Thunderbolt to this guy's head in this manner was photoshopped, but it's not. This is an actual scene from the episode. And there's a constant amount of scenes where it's not just used as a threatening tactic, but just straight up fired at some of the characters. 4Kids Entertainment, which was the network that would air Pokemon, found this episode to have too many dark themes in it and decided to never air it, so it never got an English dub. The episode can be found online pretty easily, but as I said before, it is not in English, even though I have found some very badly made, fan-made dubs of the episode. 4Kids Entertainment did end up using some snippets from the episode in their Pokerap video, but they only used clips of Dratini, which was mainly just B-roll shots, so it's not like they put like the scene with the gun in there or anything. In the same class as the banned episodes of Steven Universe, this episode actually provided some much needed context for the plot of future episodes that were to follow. Viewers watching the next episodes of the series were confused as to why Ash suddenly had 30 of this Pokemon. The Legend of Dratini also explained Team Rocket's plan for a later episode, Ditto's Mysterious Mansion. There have been other controversial accusations to this episode, specifically Meowth's link to Hitler with his mustache design that they gave him. I think this is just adding fuel to the fire though, because based on his outfit in this scene, it looks more like a typical detective mustache more than anything. Heroes. Beavis and Butthead's 22nd episode of Season 2 was met with a lot of controversy over, you guessed it, firearms. You're gonna see a lot of guns on here. Get used to it. This episode did go a little overboard with the firearm usage though. Beavis and Butthead walk into a gun shop and are asked if they are 18 years or older, to which they reply, no. And within due time, they are able to start shooting and having their own fun, breaking a window, causing this car to wreck, and just all around start going crazy. They even take down a commercial airplane when Butthead misses the target that he's aiming for. And what's kind of disturbing about this scene is that they end up just leaving the victims in the plane to seemingly die, even when they are clearly begging for them to help. I don't think this really requires any further explanation as to why it was banned, because I feel like most people can understand why this wouldn't be a good look for any network airing cartoons. Even for MTV standards, this was a bit out there and controversial for the time that it came out. One thing I wanted to touch on though before I move on was how hard it was to find this episode through conventional means. On Paramount Plus, there doesn't appear to be any episodes before Season 3, and even after Season 3, there's also a ton of episodes missing. Of course, you can still find them pretty easily on Google if you search hard enough, but I assume Beavis and Butthead was so mainstream that it would be the easiest thing to find clips on, but I guess I was wrong. I imagine some of the episodes are either missing due to them not being vaulted correctly, or just due to controversies that I'm just unaware of, because this show does have a ton of adult themes in it. The Hunger Strike. Most likely not going to be showing any clips from this one as I want to avoid copyright, but this infamous episode comes from the Boondocks. This episode did not see the light of day until nearly 12 years later after its posted scheduled air date. This was due to threatened legal action from BET, the Black Entertainment Television Network. You might be wondering why exactly BET has anything to do with this, but if you've seen the episode, then you know exactly why they're involved. This is because the entire episode's plot is based around exposing and tearing down BET. The episode begins with the president of BET having a board meeting where they talk about how they are trying to destroy black culture and black people as a whole. In retaliation, Huey begins a hunger strike that will not end until BET shuts their network down. To outsiders that might have not seen the Boondocks or are not familiar with the Boondocks' history with BET, you still might be confused as to why a real-life network is involved in this fictional cartoon episode. The creator of the Boondocks, Aaron McGruder, is a vocal opponent of black entertainment television. Based on the episode, it's clear that the creators of the Boondocks feel as though BET is to blame for dumbing down black culture and boiling them down to clear stereotypes. And this episode, along with another episode titled Uncle Ruckus Reality Show, are the culmination of their opinion on BET. Their strong message did end up getting both episodes banned. Most believe this is because of threatened legal action from BET because, as I said earlier, that is what is stated to have happened. But this is actually somewhat incorrect. A news article from 2008 states that a Cartoon Network representative by the name of James Anderson released a statement via email that read, "The 2 episodes you were asking about are not scheduled to air on Adult Swim. We really have no further comment, but you should know that neither Turner nor Adult Swim were contacted by BET, Miss Lee, or Mr. Hudlin." For those unaware, Turner is the parent company that owns Cartoon Network and Adult Swim, and if we choose to believe the spokesman, it does appear that the episode was pulled for other reasons. What those reasons were unclear, but the episode did eventually broadcast on May 29th of 2020 and had a DVD release with some additional commentary from Magruder about the episode's creation. The Garbage Pail Kids cartoon. This is one of the few things on the iceberg that, for one, I didn't know existed, and 2, was unjustifiably taken off the air. To explain this, we have to take a journey back into the 1980s, specifically to this man, Art Spiegelman. Art created the notorious and historical work Mouse, which in my opinion is a very important comic that is a non-fiction graphic novel about Art's father's experience as a Holocaust survivor. Honestly, this novel could have its own video on it in the future, and I do plan on making one. The graphic novel became so popular in its heyday that it was even taught in schools for a time. The reason I even bothered mentioning this is because the notoriety from his work on Mouse led to him creating another project known as the Garbage Pail Kids. If you have a parent born in the late 1970s or the 1980s, then they're going to be hit with a wave of nostalgia when they hear about the Garbage Pail Kids. These trading cards are super infamous among children that were born around this era. They appeared all throughout the news during this time, showcasing how desperate children were to get their hands on some Garbage Pail Kids. Parents did not take too kindly to these cards because of the art style for each card, each one displaying some comical abnormality, deformity, or a painful fate or death with some hilarious wordplay, such as Atom Bomb or Tommy Gun. These cards were quickly banned all throughout schools, but with how popular they were at the time, it was a no-brainer to try and make a Garbage Pail Kids cartoon to capitalize off the sudden popularity of the brand. The cartoon was pitched and produced by 1987 and featured an odd cast of gross-looking kids with abilities to help others. The show wasn't really that bad, to be honest. It just appeared to be a normal kid show where these children use their special powers to assist those in need. The show actually didn't even end up airing at all in the United States, as it was pulled a few days before its scheduled air date, replacing the empty slot with extra episodes of the Muppet Babies. CBS removed the entire series from their schedule due to protests surrounding children's television around the time, and since Garbage Pail Kids already had enough controversy when they were just simple trading cards, they did not want to add fuel to the fire, with some people believing the show appeared to ridicule the disabled and glorified violence, despite the show not even airing yet. I honestly feel like the censorship of the Garbage Pail Kids was a bit unwarranted, and the same goes for Art Spiegelman's famous novel Mouse, as that was also banned in 2022 in some schools. The cartoon did air everywhere else in the world, so it's not like it was completely unwatchable, just not watchable in the United States. Let me know if you also feel like the Garbage Pail Kids cartoon was banned unjustifiably. There is one other entry I'm supposed to go over on Layer 5 titled Shoujo Tsubaki, but due to the content and the gore in that animation, I just don't think I would be able to get away with being monetized and adhere to ad guidelines on YouTube, so I've decided to probably make my own video on it. In fact, if you're watching this right now, I probably already have that video out, so go check that one out if you haven't already. And that will bring us to Layer 6. Layer 6 is mostly contrived of episodes from cartoons that were just extremely obscure, and either due to their ties to real life events or bad representation of real life groups, had companies scurrying to get them off the air as quickly as possible. Comedians. To no one's surprise, yet another episode of Beavis and Butthead was censored and taken off the air. The episode in question comes from the first episode of Season 3, titled Comedians. The plot involves the duo wanting to become comedians after they see a stand-up comedian's rich lifestyle. The two are convinced that they can become rich comedians themselves and decide to take their talents over to a local comedy club. They arrive at the club and both are booed off stage because of their lackluster jokes. Beavis attempts to juggle newspapers that are lit on fire. This leads to the club being burned down as the pair watch the fire spread, ending with them doing their iconic laugh as the fire ensues. On the surface, this episode doesn't really appear to be too controversial, but it gets much more serious given the allegations that happened after the episode aired. So around 1 month after MTV debuted this episode of Beavis and Butthead, there was a story that came out of a 5-year-old boy named Austin Messner who caused a very serious accident that led to the death of a family member. 5-year-old Austin, being, a little kid, got his hands on a lighter and somehow, from playing with it, managed to burn down his entire family's trailer. And the really sad and depressing part of this story is the fact that the fire took the 2-year-old sister's life. The reason that this story ties into Beavis and Butthead is because the mother of the children decided that she would claim that the episode is the reason as to why her kid even decided to do this in the first place, stating that the kid must have watched the part where Beavis lights the newspapers on fire and then
Name a better duo than parents and taking accountability for their kids.
lights the comedy club on fire, giving him the inspiration to do the same actions to his family's trailer. Now, at the time, this caused a media frenzy that led to MTV ultimately deciding to heavily edit versions of the episode that would run during the day, and then at nighttime when, kids would go to sleep, they would air the full uncut episode. The edited version would cut out the same clip of the newspapers being lit on fire, and then it would simply just jump straight to the comedy club being on fire and disaster setting in, without any explanation whatsoever. So if you watch that episode, you would be left wondering why the comedy club was on fire because there was no scene to explain it. MTV would eventually take the episode off of the air and would also make an effort to remove any reference to fire out of any future airings of any episode. All of this that you're hearing is a pretty reasonable conclusion to this story. From the episode airing, to the allegations happening, to MTV immediately acting and deciding to remove any references to fire. It all seems pretty reasonable. Until you realize that years later, they found out that the mother completely lied about her kids watching the show and then her kids using the show as inspiration to cause this accident to happen. A now grown up Austin Messner explained in 2008 when he was 20 years old that he literally never had cable because his drug addict mom could not afford it. So there was no way he could have watched this episode, citing that he had no recollection of ever even watching a single episode of Beavis and Butthead growing up. And this wasn't the first time anyone had really heard of this. During 1993, when the story was fresh, the neighbors of the kid that set the trailer on fire came forward stating the same exact thing, that they knew their family did not have cable, but for some reason during that decade, it never caught any attention until Austin came out and said it outright in 2008. Hey Arnold in Kenya. I believe I already mentioned this with the Gravity Falls incident, but there were 6 cartoons that were banned in Kenya, and Hey Arnold was among them. It was banned for a few reasons. Now, the first and biggest reason was that it was claimed to have been pushing an LGBTQ agenda. And the second reason was that the whatever entity or thing found that Hey Arnold should be banned believed that the grandfather in the series had too much of a phallic shaped head. And here is a picture to get across what exactly they thought they were seeing. To be completely honest, these claims are a bit out there. I know that the show, for a fact, has come out and confirmed that some of the characters are gay, like the teacher, Mr. Simmons, but to say that the show is pushing an agenda just for having gay characters is a little bit of an overreaction, in my opinion. Regardless, the show remains banned in Kenya, even now, which is crazy because the show is wildly influential and iconic for being one of the few shows that just has a lot of complex story, complex characters, and emotionally driven plots that really hits you in the heartstrings when done well. And to lose out on all of that just because of a few issues you have with it kind of sucks, but hey, it's Kenya's loss, right? The Great McGrady. This is overall a very serious episode from Arthur that centers around cancer. The school's lunch lady, Mrs. McGrady, mysteriously vanishes from school one day. The kids notice her absence and begin to question why she's been missing. This is where the teacher known as Mr. Ratburn steps in and explains that Mrs. McGrady has been gone from school because she got diagnosed with cancer. This leads many of the students to bring her gifts in the hopes of bringing her spirits up. That is everyone except for one kid named Francine, who for whatever reason seems to be very clearly upset over the entire situation, but not upset in like an angry way. It's upset in a more, oh my god, life is so unfair, I'm in like this despair mood kind of way. One of the kids tries cheering her up by giving her Lance Armstrong's email, urging her to contact him because Lance is a famous biker who managed to beat cancer and recover, and they think that by Francine contacting them, Lance will be able to convince her to not be in such a bad mood. Now, I personally felt like this placement of a celebrity was pretty random. Just to have like a celebrity from real life be brought into the show was a little weird, but nonetheless, Armstrong is contacted by Francine and manages to subside Francine's concern. In fact, the entire episode ends up ending with a pretty uplifting and heartwarming message. Francine holds a bike race that is designed to raise money for cancer research and turns out to be a massive success. At the end of the race, Francine sees Miss McGrady and explains how sorry she was for not visiting her, and then it concludes with Miss McGrady becoming healthy enough to return to class. Overall, this ended up being quite a wholesome episode of Arthur with some great educational awareness surrounding cancer, which begs the question, why is this episode on a list of banned and censored animations? Where is the controversy that got this episode banned? Well, if you know who Lance Armstrong is,
No shot they banned it because of my boy Lance. He ain't do nothing. That's the GOAT.
might not be that big of a question. But if you don't, here's who this guy is. Lance Armstrong is essentially a very famous celebrity, and he became a famous celebrity after winning the Tour de France, or Tour de France, pretty sure it's Tour de France. But regardless, he won this great bike race and ended up becoming a celebrity because of it. That, and also conjoined with the fact that he was a confirmed cancer survivor, and don't quote me on that, I'm not really entirely sure, did not research that myself, but I'm pretty sure he was an actual known cancer survivor. So he was a really good role model for kids. And this is why he ended up on Arthur, because they needed some kind of celebrity role model that had cancer to tie into this entire thing. But if you know who Lance Armstrong is now in 2023, you'll understand exactly why this episode got banned. It was revealed in the following years that he cheated to win the Tour de France, and it would be known as the Lance Armstrong doping case. Not only that, but the fact is he also ruined the lives of those who tried to expose him, or at least he attempted to ruin the lives of those
What?
who tried to expose him. So it's no wonder he ended up being the reason this episode was changed. The last known airing of this episode was August 20th of 2012, a few days before Armstrong was charged. Funny enough, the episode remained on streaming platforms fully intact until 2021, when a new version of the episode was released that changed the Armstrong storyline in favor of a new character named Uncle Slam, a professional wrestler who was used in the same exact way that Armstrong's character was, having been a cancer survivor that is brought in to change Francine's view on cancer treatment. That is essentially what exists of the episode today. And to leave you with a little comment about Lance Armstrong, just a little fun fact that I found out along the way. I'm pretty sure I read this in an article, and you can correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but I'm pretty sure I read this little snippet in an article about his doping case. But apparently, like allegedly, that 1 year, a lot of people were confirmed to be doing basically just cheating. I'm trying not to use any like buzzwords. But yeah, apparently a lot of people were cheating when they did this case. So much that they couldn't figure out who to give the first place trophy to, because every single next person in line was confirmed to also be doing the same things that Lance Armstrong was. Just a little fun fact that I found that I thought was crazy. But yeah, let's move on to the next one. Pingu's Lavatory Story. This is a rather obscure episode of Pingu titled Little Accidents. As the name would suggest, the entire episode is based around going pee in places that you probably shouldn't. Pingu and Pinga go grab a drink together, to which Pinga accidentally goes to the bathroom right there on the ground. Pingu notices this and sends her home, to which he gets hit with the same exact problem. Only this time, he is unable to find a toilet because his father is using the only one that is available. Using some quick thinking, Pingu rings the doorbell to get his father to come answer it, allowing him to make a dash for the bathroom. Unfortunately, the toilet is too high and he ends up going to the bathroom right then and there. His father gets angry at him and makes him clean the entire mess that he made, and this is where Pingu comes up with the solution to use stilts when his mother comes in and suggests that they build steps for him instead, concluding the episode with Pingu finally being able to use the toilet without any accidents. A pretty obscure episode with a really weird plot. To be honest, I don't really know what to say when it comes to this episode of Pingu, because why? Why was it made? It's just such a weird plot to have in like, I don't know, it's so weird looking back that this was an actual episode. But anyways, future broadcasts on BBC and future VHS releases of the episode were heavily edited. And the way in which they were edited was by cutting the scene where Pingu goes on the floor, as well as cutting parts.
What did I just see? The smoke. Did I just see smoke?
Of the scene where Pingu walks in on his dad using the bathroom. That is not where the story ends with censorship though, as this episode ended up being banned entirely from broadcasting and any home video distribution from essentially the entire world, except for UK and Canada. Scrub Me Mama with the Boogie Beat.
Wonder why this one got banned.
Much like the censored 11, this short was banned for its controversial use of blackface as well as its depiction of black characters. The short in question is titled Scrub Me Mama with a Boogie Beat. The title comes from a 1941 hit by the same name, and it was written by Don Ray. This song is the centerpiece of this short, with it being the climax of the entire animation. This cartoon starts by setting the scene of Lazy Town, which features primarily African American residents that all look like stereotyped versions of themselves. Not really off to a great start. The residents are then encouraged to work when a light-skinned woman began singing Scrub Me Mama, starting a montage of the entire townsfolk getting up and working to make their town a lively community. With the entire short showcasing a lot, and I mean a lot, of really, really distasteful imagery. What's crazy to me is how people created this and thought it was a really wonderful idea. Like, who greenlit this? It's honestly just mind-boggling how
Greenlit it. Dog, this was probably heavily praised back then. They probably, some crackers probably loved it. That's why.
how different times were back then. It's important to keep in mind that a lot of these really old cartoons are simply a product of their time, but my god, like, it's insane to think how normalized racism was back in the 1940s, and it's still an ongoing battle today. But looking back on stuff like this makes you realize just how blatant people were with it. Even crazier than the fact that this short exists is the attempts to get this short banned. It was originally released in 1941 and re-released in 1948. This prompted the NAACP to write Universal a letter outlining the blatant racism and, as they put it, vicious caricature of black life in the South, citing that it depicted black people as lazy and only activated by swing music. And to be completely honest, I don't see how you could watch this cartoon and think anything different. 9 days after receiving this letter, Universal responded with one of the most insane responses, where they detailed how no theater had received complaints about the film. Gee, I wonder why. And for those that are wondering why no theaters would have complaints about this, it's probably because people back then felt scared to talk back about this. Like, imagine going as a black person going up to like a white cashier or like a white manager and trying to complain about this to them. Like, I can't imagine being in that position. So of course no theaters would have complained about this. And to be honest, I don't even know what they played this film at, but I can't imagine it would have been in black communities. It probably would have been in a lot of white communities who probably would have accepted the film. So that as an argument is already pretty bad. But anyways, a few days later, the NAACP got into contact with Universal's sales distribution chief, E.L. McAvoy, or I might be mispronouncing it, but this guy defended the cartoon's blatant racism. I'll repeat that again. This guy actually defended the blatant racist imagery riddled within this cartoon. And eventually this would end with Universal announcing that the studio was withdrawing the film, and you would think that would be the end of it, but it's not. The cartoonist who made this short was Walter Lantz, and
I only know one character from that, and that's that one bird. I don't know anyone else.
I don't know if this guy is trolling or if he's playing dumb on purpose, but he was supposedly shocked that people thought that this cartoon had any racist themes in it. Apparently he thought that what he made was not racist in the slightest. And I already said this a little bit before, but I don't know how you can watch this cartoon and not see how horrible it must feel for your culture to be depicted in such a manner. Thankfully, Lantz did end up making an effort in his future cartoons to exclude any type of offensive caricatures of any racial or ethnic groups. So props to him for making the change, but I feel like that's just the bare minimum when making stuff like that. But regardless, he was also a major reason as to why Scrub Me Mama was pulled. He supposedly was a huge advocate for wanting the distribution of the cartoon to cease. So we might have Lantz to thank for that. But yeah, it's crazy that this cartoon even existed. And for those who are curious to see any of the cartoons on this list, not just Scrub Me Mama, but most of these can be found on YouTube, Dailymotion, Vimeo, or just the general internet. You can just look them up on Google, just type in the title or whatever. I used to put them in the comment section or in the description, but I've since decided to just not do that, just because, not because it's a lot of work, but because I don't feel comfortable spreading that kind of stuff. If I do see enough people wanting me to put that stuff in the description, I'll be more than happy to do it. But I just remember feeling weird about the whole situation. I always feel weird when I upload stuff like this. But anyways, I just wanted to say that really quickly. Let's go on to the next one. Quarantined Crab. This episode of SpongeBob centers around the usual gang whose peace is disrupted when a familiar face shows up. If you're a longtime SpongeBob enjoyer, then you should recognize the health inspector from the Nasty Patty episode. He makes a reappearance in this episode as the health inspector, only this time he has a device that scans for illnesses and diseases. He determines that the Krusty Krab is infested with something called the crab flu and puts the restaurant under immediate quarantine. Now Mr. Krabs tries to subside everyone's fear by explaining that if they find out anyone is infected, they'll simply throw them in the freezer, because that's what him and his crew on his boat used to do back when they had the same exact illness. They would just simply throw people in the freezer and kind of forget about them until it was time for them to come out of their quarantine. Then the rest of the episode is this gag where basically every single person that's in the store besides Mr. Krabs shows a sliver of a symptom, like sneezing or something, and then Mr. Krabs freaks out and he's like, the freezer, and he sends everyone into the freezer one by one, leading to everyone that's in the freezer revolting against Mr. Krabs, because now all of a sudden they think Mr. Krabs is the one that's sick. Fight between all the characters happens, and then it's interrupted by the health inspector, who explains that he made a mistake and the clam flu was not actually in the Krusty Krab. The episode was pulled from the air all the way up until April of 2022 for the obvious parallels to the real world problem of the COVID-19 pandemic. The episode served almost a 2-year ban from the internet, only being available on Amazon Prime and iTunes in 2022, and then coming back to Paramount Plus in 2023. What doesn't make sense to me is that the episode was made in 2020, right? This is when the pandemic was, in my opinion, at its highest peak interest. And even after the fact, even years, even now, it's not like the pandemic is really over or COVID went away. The problem just kind of stopped being talked about. My point is, why even make the episode in the first place if you knew for a fact that it might not be a good idea for it to be on the air? I guess the thought process here was that Nickelodeon was hesitant to expose children to the reality of the situation that most of us were living in, because, again, to be honest, this was basically happening everywhere at least in the US. I can only relate with my own personal experience, right? But I imagine everywhere in the world, shutdowns of restaurants and businesses were happening every other day. At least that's how it was where I was living at. And it's weird to release this episode, but whatever the case, it did eventually find its way back onto streaming services just a few years after it was banned. Quest of the Red Skull. This episode comes from Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends, specifically an episode titled The Quest of the Red Skull. The plot entails Spider-Man and his amazing friends finding one of the Red Skull's hidden bases. It's revealed here at the Red Skull's base that he has a ton of powerful rockets that he has in the hopes of starting World War III and allowing the Nazi Party to rise into power. The more I talk about this episode, the more clear it becomes as to why it was taken
What?
off the air. The episode has a ton of imagery and references to Red Skull's association with the Nazi Party, showing obvious symbols right in front of the viewer's eyes. There's even parts where the characters will just straight up say, "Hail Hitler."
I'm also just confused. How would this work? Maybe in the episode they explain it. I don't know, probably not.
And seeing as this is a kids' TV show, NBC decided that it was best to cut the episode in its entirety and never showed any reruns after some of the first few airings. As I said before in the video, probably many times, it can be found pretty easily on all types of platforms, being purchasable on Prime, YouTube, and iTunes, but the episode does remain unavailable to watch on Disney+. What's weird about this entire situation after the episode aired and was taken off of the air was how Disney worked around Red Skull's origins when it came to the Captain America movies, because going forward they didn't want that association to be there anymore. But I'm like pretty sure in the comics and obviously in this episode he has really deep ties into Nazism. So when it came to making the Captain America movies, if you've watched them, that's why we have his own party basically. Red Skull in the lore of this world created his own party that he calls Hydra, and Hydra takes some obvious clear inspiration from the Nazi party.
Hail Hydra.
This is going to bring us to layer 7 of today's video. Layer 7 can be viewed as the layer of episodes banned for extremely dark imagery, because a lot of these animations were taken off the air due to executives thinking that kids would be extremely traumatized from the visual stimuli. This is true minus one exception, and that exception is actually the first entry on layer 7, Barbecuer. If you're a huge fan of Dexter's Laboratory, then you might already know this one. During Dexter's Laboratory, there would be these segments that would be titled Dial M for Monkey, where you would see Dexter's pet monkey using superpowers and can be seen fighting crime. There is one episode or one short of Dial M for Monkey that was titled Barbecuer. There are two villains in this short that are very obvious parodies of other famous Marvel characters. First, we have Barbecuer, a gigantic alien entity who has a love for cooking, with him clearly being based off of Galactus. And then we have his sidekick, the Silver Spooner, a silver entity that flies around on a silver spoon, an obvious spoof of Marvel's Silver Surfer. The episode itself is pretty harmless. The Barbecuer and the Silver Spooner are trying to cook up a meal. The only problem is, Barbecuer wants his main course to be a cooked up planet Earth. And I mean that literally, the entire planet Earth. He plans on making a giant shish kebab out of the planets and eating it. So through the plot, Monkey and his friends catch wind of Barbecuer's intentions with planet Earth when Silver Spooner comes down and takes their condiments. And now it's up to Monkey to not just save the Earth, but all of the other planets from being eaten in this giant planet shish kebab. The monkey ends up succeeding and the world is saved. And like I said, the episode's pretty harmless. It's a pretty normal episode by, like Dexter's Laboratory standards and by Dial M for Monkey standards. Nothing out of the ordinary is present in this episode. So why did it get banned? Well, we will get to that. It was banned in 1997, a year after it came out in 1996. It was banned in America, Canada, Latin America, and the UK, who all collectively took the episode off the air. Multiple sources on the internet state that the Silver Spooner being a character in the episode was the reason for the ban, with their reasoning being that he is a stereotype of gay men and that he is a parody of Silver Surfer without Marvel's permission. Another additional reason that is given for this episode being banned is the fact that Krunk, who is a Hulk lookalike, ends up getting drunk near the end of the episode. Now, some of this reasoning doesn't really make sense because, first of all, parody law is a thing, right? Parody law exists, and it exists solely for people to be protected and make fun of stuff. And if anyone's watched like Nathan Fielder's show, you can see just how far you can take parody law. But what's weird is they somehow didn't get used here, which is crazy because I think it's very clear this is an obvious spoof of the character, and it's not so similar to the character that it warrants this kind of takedown, which leads me to believe that the only culprits of it getting taken down are Krunk getting drunk at the end of the episode and the stereotyping, which would be probably not what Disney wants you to think they're taking episodes of shows down for. Hef in a handbasket. Going to hell in a handbasket is a famous phrase that means a situation that is inescapably heading for disaster. An episode of Rocko's Modern Life put one of the main characters' names in the phrase, and boom, we are left with the episode title, Hef in the Handbasket. Just a little fun fact for anybody that wanted to know. This episode is all about Heifer going on a dark game show that will net him a big trip if he manages to win. The big trip in question is heavily alluded to be a trip to hell, or in this case, a parody of hell that they call Heck. Hef needs 666 points to prevail, and in order to ensure he wins, the host, whose name is Peaches, gives him 665 points. Although it takes a frustrating amount of time for Hef to win one single point, he does, and as a result, he is sent to Heck. Only one problem. Hef's grandmother is down in Heck and doesn't really want him there. She wants him gone because he's disturbing her peace and quiet. So, the plot ends up getting resolved, yada yada yada. Why is it banned? If it wasn't super clear, it is because of the references to hell and also Heifer basically selling his soul in the episode.
Huh.
Nick didn't like this episode so much that it was banned off of their Nick Rewind block up until February 14th of 2021. It was also not shown on Nicktoons, and it's really funny because the banning of this episode led to a really funny workaround that Nickelodeon had to employ, because at the time, and I'm pretty sure this is a normal thing for cartoons to do, but I'm like a 90s, early 2000s kid, so I don't know if this is still a normal thing. I don't really have cable at all, and I don't watch any kid shows from modern times, like super duper kid shows. But back in the day, most episodes of cartoons for children would be 2 tiny shorts that were like 10 minutes each, and they would just splice them together. If you've ever watched SpongeBob, it's literally the same exact thing. And in this case of Rocko's Modern Life, the episode known as Hef in the Handbasket was paired with another one known as Wallaby on Wheels. But because of censorship, they obviously couldn't show the Hef episode. So they were just left with Wallaby on Wheels, this other project that they didn't want to go to waste. So what they ended up doing was pairing Wallaby on Wheels with an episode from season 1 titled Bedfellows, and that was what ended up getting pushed onto Nicktoons whenever they did reruns of that specific episode. Just another little fun fact that I thought would be kind of cool to talk about, because again, when am I ever going to get a chance to talk about these kinds of things? Stewart's house. This episode of Beavis and Butthead has a pretty simple plot, as most of the episodes do. Essentially, the duo wanted to watch a show called Death Truck, but it's on pay-per-view, and they obviously can't afford it. So they go to their friend's house as a solution, who happens to be named Stewart, hence the name Stewart's House. They go to his house in order to watch it there because for some reason Stewart can afford to pay for this type of stuff on his TV. And from the clips that I found on YouTube of the episode, it's pretty dark, at least in my opinion. They end up bullying Stewart and wreck everything in his home in various ways, from sucking up the cat in the vacuum cleaner to hanging Stewart by a towel hanger and putting objects in his pants. And the kicker that got the episode banned was a scene where the duo begins sniffing gas from a stove. Despite it airing with a disclaimer that states, "If you're not a cartoon, stove gas will kill you," the episode was permanently banned following the events of the aforementioned Ohio incident where the kid set his family's trailer on fire. So there goes another episode taken down because of the Ohio incident. But the next episode of Beavis and Butthead that got banned was banned for reasons unrelated to the Ohio incident. Incognito. In this episode, the duo finds themselves in class goofing off when one of their shenanigans causes them to hit a classmate named Earl. They knock his cigarette out of his mouth, which Earl takes as a personal insult and flashes them his gun in a threatening manner. Beavis and Butthead are so scared of this that they try to go incognito by wearing sunglasses and hats, as well as talking in a different accent in the hopes that Earl doesn't recognize them anymore. This obviously doesn't work, and he lets them know by flashing his firearm once more. All of a sudden, a bullet flies through the classroom and hits the chalkboard, and then it's revealed that one of Earl's rivals caused this to happen. The teacher then starts berating Earl, claiming that he's the reason that this bullet got shot in class, and the episode ends up resolving with Earl putting his gun away and thanking the duo for not pinning the incident on him when they could have easily done so. I'm sure most of you can guess why this was taken down, But in case it wasn't obvious, the short was pulled from MTV because people felt that it glorified school violence, or in this case, school shootings, with Earl literally threatening Beavis and Butthead with a firearm. The episode also never made it to home video due to this controversy. And that pretty much does it for Beavis and Butthead episodes that were on this list. There was like 4 episodes in total, I believe, which is kind of an insane amount for this list. I'm surprised there's not more though, considering how controversial that show just was back in the day. But nonetheless, let's move on to the next item on today's iceberg. Hot spells. Darkwing Duck is an old animated television series that ran from 1991 to 1992. It bears a striking resemblance to another Disney animated series, DuckTales. But in Darkwing Duck, the main character is a superhero named Darkwing Duck, and his...
Ain't it? Oh yeah, I think I can guess this one.
sidekick Launchpad McQuack as they both go on their various adventures. It seems innocent enough, so why are we talking about it? There was a Halloween special on season 2 of this series titled Hot Spells, and it had some rather satanic themes that Disney didn't want to be associated with after the fact. The plot centers around Darkwing and his adopted daughter, Gosselin Mallard, on their trip to visit an old friend named Morgana Macabre. They take a visit to her old school of magic. Gosselin is put into a few classes but finds them to be less than enjoyable, leading her to meeting the school janitor who calls himself BLZ, which we will come to find out is short for Beelzebub, which if you don't know is another name for Satan. Gosselin relents to BLZ how she is frustrated with learning magic because she feels as though you have to be some kind of mathematical genius in order to do it. BLZ is eating up this vulnerability by showing her the dark magic, which is far easier to perform. We soon find out he is reeling her to the dark side in order to capture Darkwing Duck. This is where the episode takes somewhat of a darker turn. Beelzebub interrupts the big school presentation. And presents Darkwing Duck with a hard decision. He shows him that he's captured his friend Morgana, but allows him to sacrifice himself in her place, to which he agrees. Darkwing is then sucked into what I can only believe is hell. Now it's up to Gosselin to save her father. Spoilers, she does. She ends up saving him, and everything goes back to normal as expected from cartoons like this. The clear references to devil and satanic imagery is what got this episode banned from the air. It never got any type of VHS or DVD release, and it remains unavailable to watch on Disney+. As far as Halloween episodes go, I actually really enjoyed watching this one. I find it odd that they decided to ban this episode because, I mean, I personally didn't feel off-put by anything. Then again, I don't think I'm the type of person that would be, I guess, insulted or would speak out against this type of imagery. But what's really strange is that clips from this specific episode can be found in promotional ads for Darkwing Duck after the fact, right? After this episode was banned, you can find promotional clips using this episode for it, which is kind of strange. Speaking of which, I noticed something when trying to find the promotional clips to use as B-roll for this section. Why can't we get promos like this anymore? Look how wacky and fun this was. I feel like as we've gotten older, we've kind of lost the charm that old TV promotions used to have. Now everything is so corporate cookie cutter and just less imaginative and creative. I just thought I'd share this in case anyone else felt the same way, because when I was watching these promotional clips, I was like, wow, like we don't seem to get anything like this anymore.
What was that? Darkwing Duck is on the attack. This is where you'll find him at. Fighting crime like a maniac. Go Darkwing! Go Darkwing!
Minnie takes care of Pluto. Mickey Mouse Works is an old animated series that sought to bring the magic of the 1930s golden era cartoons to the 2000s. It's a pretty charming series with one little exception. Minnie takes care of Pluto. This was aired in January of the year 2000 and faced a ton of controversy surrounding the plot. Mickey drops off Pluto at Minnie's house in the hopes that she can take care of him for the day. This greatly upsets her as she planned on getting some spring cleaning done and makes it clear by yelling at Pluto to stay out of her way. It's at this point that Pluto's good and evil conscience manifest themselves as the devil and as an angel, with the devil convincing Pluto that Minnie is out to get him. The demon conscience is what leaves us with these really disturbing moments in the episode, which include a sequence where Minnie poisons Pluto's food, one where she buries him alive, and another where she tries to kill him with a mace, and the last being a literal representation of Pluto burning in hell. To be fair, the episode does end with Pluto realizing that all of this was just in his head, and Minnie really wasn't out to get him. But I just want to make it clear that while I watched this episode, because I did watch almost everything on the iceberg, when I watched this one, it genuinely made me feel a little uneasy at times, which is kind of weird because I did not get that feeling when I watched Hot Spells, for example, which is arguably a little bit worse, and it has the exact same type of imagery. Maybe something about it being Pluto might have triggered it, because, I mean, who doesn't love this little guy? Even if you hate Disney, you can't tell me that this isn't a cute character. But nevertheless, ABC pulled this episode and it never aired in the US again, also never finding its way to be a Disney Plus release as of yet. It, however, can still be seen outside of the US. It's frequently aired on international feeds of Disney Channel and Toon Disney. This will bring us to Layer 8, with Layer 8 being the final layer. You are most likely expecting the most obscure and crazy plots from these animations, and in that regard, this layer does not really disappoint. From cartoon episodes that realistically portray addiction to very questionable scenes with graphic visuals, Layer 8 is a culmination of all of the problems that we
Hold on. Second.
We've seen from layers 1 through 7, all put into one piece. Supernova. This episode of Buzz Lightyear of Star Command was strangely in touch with reality. So if you struggle with addiction or anything of thoughts or anything related to addiction, you should probably skip and go to the next cartoon. But anyways, this episode begins with the Star Command team being in a bit of a pickle. On the brink of dying, their last resort is for Space Ranger Mira Nova to phase through an energy source in order to shut down the big bad machine. She does so, and slowly but surely, she becomes addicted to the power that she gained from walking through. It's really depressing to watch if you've been a person that struggled with addiction, or if you're like me, you've helped a friend overcome an addiction of theirs. This episode does a really good job of portraying what it's like. The first person to tell her to stop is her father, who notices her new liking to this power source and warns her to not give into this desire before it becomes a problem. She refuses to listen and goes throughout her day with the energy boost helping her productivity. Her father then tries again to stop her from continuing on this path, to which she relents that it's her life and why does he care so much. Buzz then tries to get through to her to no avail. She proceeds to keep abusing these streams of energy, and she decides to fight Zurg alone, as she believes with her newfound powers she can take him no problem. She leaves, and at first, I'm not gonna lie, she's kind of giving them the hands, but it's not too long before she begins experiencing withdrawal symptoms, extreme fatigue, and longing for more energy. Zurg manages to capture the rest of the Space Rangers and uses an energy source to lure Mira into a trap. This scene right here is what did it for me. The desperate look on Mira's face alongside the joyfulness of knowing that she's about to have her addiction fed right then and there. Like I said before, those who have dealt with this will know this situation all too well.
Energy nearby. I can feel it.
Mira, you gotta fight the urge.
Energy core nearby, Buzz. I can ghost in. Power up.
Don't even think about it. That's how we got into this mess in the first place.
Mira comes to her senses and refuses to stay inside the energy source, using sheer willpower to stop herself and put an end to Zurg's plans. It then ends with Mira apologizing to everybody, which is a nice ending to this rather serious episode. I'm interested in hearing what others think about this episode. I've read in some of the comments that people interpreted Mira's actions as bipolar disorder, and that seems somewhat valid, but I personally see this episode as a realistic portrayal of addiction and the withdrawals that come with it. As a segment during episodes of Rocky and Bullwinkle was a short known as Dudley Do Right of the Mounties, which featured the aptly named character Dudley Do Right. One short of this series was titled Stokey the Bear, featuring a parodied version of Smokey the Bear. And yeah, I know it's technically not Smokey the Bear, it's Smokey Bear. We've all heard the Mandela effect on this, but regardless, it's a parody of Smokey Bear that can be found during this segment. Only in this short, the bear that cares about fire doesn't care about fire. Stokey the Bear instead likes to set fires on basically everything in sight. This is because he is under the hypnotic magic of Snidely Whiplash, leading Stokey the bear, who would normally fight forest fires, to instead start them. The entire episode just deals with Dudley Do-Right trying to find and put a stop to Stokey the bear through various comedic sequences. What struck me as odd while watching this cartoon was the ending, because it didn't really resolve much of anything. Dudley finds Stokey the bear, and you would think he would break the trance or do something. He would do something to fix Stokey the bear's problem with setting fires, but instead what ends up happening is he simply moves him to Chicago, where Stokey burns down the entire city, and that's literally how the short just ends. At first glance, you would think this got taken down because of the obvious use of fire, right? Because we've seen on a lot of things on this iceberg, companies hate fire, and they'll still make episodes with fire in it for some reason. But that is not why this was taken down. This is actually taken down because of Stokey the bear, the character being used. They didn't like that Stokey the bear was a parody of Smokey Bear. The US Forest Service protested against the episode, as they, again, did not like this parodied version of
Hold on. Shit. Premieres in second. I can't wait. The world of t-shirts. Actually, yeah. Oh. fuck is this Titanic silk? That? Dog, is this video going for me? Okay, man. Fuck this guy.
On the front lines every single day.
In today's documentary, me and my buddy Kiwi Tapes will thoroughly examine the life of Joshua Block, also known as World of T-Shirts. From his struggles with autism to his battles with alcoholism, this is the World of T-Shirts experience. Joshua Block's path to internet fame began as a young boy when he would create vlog-style videos where he shared his experiences and adventures in New York City.
Hello, you guys. I'm on Amtrak. I'm on the Amtrak train.
Take care of that.
On my way to New York, Long Island. We're getting off at Penn Station, and I will be making a professional video of Square and versus PayPal, along with my 2 originals. So right here, I love the scenery. So I'm making this video to tell you my status.
Born on August 7th, 2001 in the Old Dominion state of Virginia, Josh would grow up living with his parents and older brother. His childhood, however, was marred by significant tragedies. In 2015, he faced the heartbreaking loss of his mother to ovarian cancer, an event that he still speaks about with deep pain. Her death left a noticeable void in his life.
Damn, his older brother looks like him. Damn.
One that was compounded when his father, Alan Block, chose to step away from his responsibilities. Alan took Joshua's older brother with him and left Joshua in the care of his elderly grandfather, Vincent Lisa. This abandonment was not only emotionally devastating, but also physically isolating for Joshua. There are whispers that Alan might have struggled with addiction, although this remains unconfirmed. Regardless, it's a sobering thought that a parent would abandon one child while taking another, unable to cope with the demands of raising a child with special needs. Vincent Lisa, despite being around 80 years old at the time, took on the responsibility of raising Joshua. His dedication and love for his grandson were evident, but his age presented significant limitations. The lack of a younger, more capable guardian meant that Joshua grew up without the strong parental support that he needed as a child. This absence undeniably shaped his development, and additionally, Joshua lives with autism, a condition which nowadays he openly discusses. His behaviors and tics are clear indicators of his neurodiversity, and these have played a significant role in both his personal life and his online presence. From losing his mother to being effectively abandoned by his father, his early years were filled with challenges. His grandfather's commitment to caring for him, despite the considerable challenges posed by his advanced age, is a testament to their bond. However, the absence of a more suitable caregiver likely exacerbated the difficulties that Joshua faced growing up as a kid. Growing up in an unstable environment with the added challenge of autism, Joshua Block faced a tough road, yet despite these hurdles, he managed to thrive during his adolescent years. He attended Patchogue Medford High School, a public school on Long Island, where he made a strong impression on his teachers. They recognized the significant difficulties he had overcome, but noted his resilience and academic success. In a YouTube documentary, many of his teachers spoke highly of Joshua, highlighting his growth, increasing confidence, and outgoing nature during his time at the school. They also remarked on his early ambitions to become an influencer and public figure.
I absolutely know how many followers he has. Well, at least the last time Josh told me how many followers he has. So I'll start off class asking, how's your weekend? How are things going? And of course, Josh is always like, did you see my TikTok? I'm like, Josh, I don't follow you on TikTok, all right? But I've heard great things. He says, I just eclipsed 1 million followers. I had like 1.4 million followers. I think that's the last time I checked, he had 1.4 million. And I'm like, that's incredible. And then I did go onto TikTok and I looked at some of his videos. You know, 750,000 views, 1 million views. It's like, people are latching onto this kid because he's entertaining.
Oh, it's because people like looking at neurodivergent kids, whatever the fuck that gay people term is. Whatever it is.
And he's real. And that's just what it is.
At school, Josh developed an interest in sports and business, which would undoubtedly spark up his creative drive. His teachers encouraged him to pursue entrepreneurship, which happened to closely align with Josh's desire to be independent and his own boss. He joined after-school business clubs to further fuel his ambitions, and it was around this time in 2017 that the World of T-Shirts brand was born. Although he rarely mentions it now, Joshua started a web store under this name, selling various merchandise, particularly T-shirts featuring designs related to New York and himself. Among his offerings were shirts with his face on them and a playful spin on the iconic I Heart NYC shirts, along with Cancun, Mexico golf balls to commemorate a vacation. While the store didn't achieve significant financial success, it gave rise to the memorable username we know today. The exact earnings from his business ventures remain unclear, but it's reasonable enough to assume that Josh was making enough money to keep the website up and running for a long while. Joshua also held a series of minimum wage jobs, including positions as a janitor and at Target, although he eventually moved away from traditional employment. In terms of sports, he participated in cross-country and track, even making the varsity cross-country team. While he didn't achieve major accolades in these sports, his dedication to running is evident in his slim physique. Despite his passion for business and sports, it was his TikTok videos that ultimately brought him the most recognition and success. The World of T-Shirts account was initially created in July of 2019, when Josh was just 17 years old. What began as a promotional page for his website quickly morphed into something far more significant. His first upload was a simple, almost enigmatic clip. Joshua behind the camera, pointing it at a door for a few seconds without any dialogue before ending the recording. For a time, he continued to post these short, quirky videos, now featuring himself, but they garnered minimal views. He was doing it purely for his own amusement until October of that year when he caught his first taste of viral success with a video of him eating crickets.
Yo, exotic food check.
This unexpected breakthrough marked a turning point for Joshua, who realized that TikTok could be his path to self-employment, a dream he'd harbored since childhood. Determined to
Since childhood, to be a TikTok star? I was about to say he must have had a bad childhood, but he did.
capitalize on this new opportunity, he began to take TikTok much more seriously. His efforts resulted in a mix of successes and setbacks. From then until September 20.
Yeah, I just joined a new clan already. This clan. The safety cats? Or this one? Yeah, I mean, I was thinking of another clan, but this is also they placed 5th in this clan war, but this clan war was literally RNG, so. I guess it's really just like I said, I was just trying to find one. They level 7 in this, so breakables have a chance to double diamonds. Cool. Walk speed, pet walk speed, drop rate, damage. I just need to do that what I'll probably do actually what I'm gonna do after this, I'm gonna go on the thing or whatever. Not thing. I'm gonna what's it? I'm gonna go on the let's see how much it costs to create. Matter of fact, let me see. Or okay. How much is one of these? Oh wait, I could probably just do this. I'm dumb. Plan. Out. Oh, I'm dumb. Plan. 32 mil? That ain't bad. Let me go buy that real quick. I'll eventually, or what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna put all three of my alts in the clan, but I'm gonna make Lean Cuisine the clan leader though. So what we'll do is, where's that clan voucher? There we go.
Many of his videos received modest 4-digit views. Despite the relatively low engagement, the few popular uploads he managed to produce slowly attracted a niche community fascinated by his unusual antics. One standout example of this early content was his series of lip-sync TikToks. Of course, Joshua's unique style involved what could only be described as him awkwardly and inaccurately mouthing the song, moving in an odd rhythm to the lyrics.
Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when our mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out.
These videos showcased his distinct lack of discernible emotion and his stiff, almost robotic body language, which intrigued viewers. His deadpan expression and minimal eye movement are a recurring trend in these clips, making it clear there was something.
Tell me when to stop, Jafet. And that's gonna be the one I choose. Tell me when to stop. That's gonna be the clan image.
Unconventional about Joshua, drawing people in with his odd mannerisms and awkward delivery. As a result, his growing audience largely consisted of people who found humor in his eccentricities, viewing him through the same lens as other infamous TikTok personalities like Daniel Larson. Of course, before things went to shit for him. Joshua quickly became known as an AIOPM, which is a slang term on TikTok for mentally challenged creators with special needs who are often trolled and exploited for laughs online. Despite the devious nature of the attention he was getting, it was the catalyst Joshua needed to gain more visibility. His notoriety began to increase, and his videos started receiving more views. Many of his uploads were now regularly entering the 100K range in views, covering a wide range of topics from pandemic commentary to random humorous antics and more lip-sync performances. It's clear to most viewers that Joshua Block's appeal largely stems from his status as a target for ridicule, but Joshua himself seemed unaware of this reality. As his popularity grew, he explored new opportunities for growth, leading to the creation of his YouTube channel World of Interviews on April 8, 2020. This channel remains largely a mystery, containing only 2 videos. The first is a brief introduction where Joshua describes the channel's focus on podcast interviews with popular TikTok personalities, inviting viewers to discover their favorite celebrities.
Welcome to World of Interviews, a YouTube channel where we do podcast interviews with famous TikTokers.
Discover your favorite celebrities today.
The second video is a 5-minute interview with Joshua conducted by an unknown person. In this interview, Joshua revealed that he had downloaded TikTok in 2019 and started uploading videos in August of that year. By September, he was hooked on the platform, and by October, he considered himself TikTok famous, having amassed a significant following. When asked about his success, Joshua attributed it to the variety of his content, seemingly unaware that his unique behavior was the real draw for his audience. Throughout the interview, Joshua projected high hopes for his YouTube channel, seeing it as a potential goldmine. He planned to leverage his TikTok fame and collaborations with other popular creators to propel his channel to success.
I have about 241,000 followers. I also rank within the top 10,000 on famous birthdays. Yeah, it was always my dream to become famous on a social media app. In the last few days of December, I had amassed 50,000 followers. In the middle of February, I hit 100K. We should get as many subs on here as possible, and we should make money through the monetization once we reach that requirement.
God, it seemed like every fucking clan had already picked whatever the fuck they were gonna do. God, that took too fucking long. Alright, let me peep this, though. Let me peep game. See how this really is. So... settings, clan chat, transfer owner, clans, whatever, top clan, no, not that, edit, so, donate 50 mil. So edit, invite, um, clan invites, trying to get
People on the app only stick to one thing.
However, the interview itself was unremarkable and the channel failed to capture much interest, and ultimately the channel was quickly abandoned. In September of 2020, Joshua attempted to shake up his content once again by creating a secondary TikTok account called the Starbucks Club. This channel was intended for Starbucks enthusiasts, as explained in its first 3 videos.
Welcome to my second account, the Starbucks Club, where America runs on Starbucks. Welcome to the club. Don't forget, you can only follow this account if you like Starbucks. If you like Dunkin' and you try to follow me, I will block you on TikTok. That's just how it's gotta be. Since you can't read my bio, you're just gonna have to leave. If you like Dunkin', could I get a venti iced coffee with 4 pumps of white mocha and sweet cream? Put that in
I'll see the worst later. You watch the video?
a Trenta cup, but use the same amount of coffee.
He's not the worst, he's the biggest loser when it comes to it. Do I have any?
Coffee as a venti and add pumpkin cream cold foam.
Despite having more of Joshua's unique style, the channel quickly fell by the wayside due to a lack of success. However, his primary...
Can I ask how? So basically, I'm gonna try to sum it up really quick as to not, like, what? Wait, no. Hold on. I sent a meme. There's a page I found on Twitter that's a meme page in regards to clans. And so, as a joke, I told the clan, or I told him, hey, you need to check out the clan Glum. The clan leader Gloomy is #1 in points for, you know, whatever, this. I think they still are #1. Yeah, see? And I told them, as a joke, it's suspicious, because clearly I was joking. Anybody could have seen that. But whenever I posted about it in the clan chat, my clan leader essentially had a meltdown. Said, "What the fuck are you doing? Why the fuck would you do that? Why would you let your clan leader down? Are you fucking serious? That's probably the dumbest thing that ever happened to this clan, you fucking stupid bitch." I'm like, oh, okay. That's how you feel, man. So I told him I don't know who the fuck he thinks he's talking to, but wait, is it cheaper to get higher clan level than if you have a smaller clan? What? That's good to know, I guess. And just like the single fact that somebody, like, I'm an adult. If you have an issue with something, you could act and ask in a calm manner. He could have been like, hey man, people might get the wrong idea. Would you mind deleting that? I'd be like, yeah man, my bad. Because, by the way, the Twitter account had 40 followers. So it was not an account anybody would actually see and see what the fucks anybody said. But he ended up being like, but just like the simple fact, he immediately came in and was like that. I'm like, dog, you were tripping dick and balls. Like I said, I don't know what else to say. So, I told him he needs to drop the ego, and then I left the clan. Like I said, really the only reason I put the video up is because I want him, if anybody... Oh, there. He had no friends in real life to talk to.
Primary TikTok account.
But hey, you know what? Matter of fact, let me kick his ass. Actually, no. Better yet, he get no rolls. You don't get to see nothing.
World of T-shirts continued to grow, even if his fan base remained relatively small and insulated at that time. Everything changed on September 22nd when Joshua uploaded a video lip-syncing to a parody song. While the video itself wasn't particularly remarkable in terms of views, it marked a turning point. Joshua began posting hundreds of videos each month, many of which garnered substantial viewership. With videos like these, Joshua's channel exploded in popularity. In October, he gained 4 times the followers he had in September, becoming a magnet for a broader mainstream audience. His content began dominating TikTok's front pages. However, this newfound success was only the beginning for Joshua, whose ambitions extended far beyond merely filming quirky videos at home. In the latter part—
And funny enough, I literally talked about yesterday with Jafet. I said dumbass retarded kids on TikTok, their new trend is going under any videos and saying, yeah man, just make sure to put the fries in my bag. And of course his retarded ass said it.
Of 2020, Joshua Block turned his focus to a new creative endeavor, music. In November, he announced his debut song, set for release on December 1st. As expected, his announcement was delivered in his characteristic deadpan style. The song, he explained, would be a short piece about COVID-19, available on various platforms, including TikTok, Instagram, and Spotify. On December 1st, Joshua released his song on Spotify. The track, lasting just 47 seconds, was a reflection on the drastic changes brought by the pandemic, contrasting the carefree days of 2019 with the chaos of 2020. Despite its earnest attempt at capturing the collective struggle, the song was objectively awful, showcasing Joshua's lack of musical talent. Nonetheless, it attracted around 75,000 listeners on Spotify, indicating a certain curiosity or novelty factor among his audience.
I remember 2019, living our best lives. New Year's Eve came along, looking forward to 20.
Care what he says. Below 6 foot, his opinion's invalid to me. You're not even a grown man. He too busy cracking jokes that nobody laughing at instead of getting some pussy. And he ugly as hell. He too scared to show his face. So
2020, it marks the new decade. Everything was fine till March.
Encouraged by the initial response to his song, Joshua quickly announced a follow-up single on New Year's Eve, sharing a joyful dance snippet to promote it.
Wake up in the morning, throw some clothes on, check my phone, run out the door. Where do I go? Of course, to get some coffee and some boba tea. Do I like it? Yes, I love it.
The new track, a love ballad dedicated to coffee and boba, was equally lacking in musical quality but still managed to do better than his first song and garnered approximately 160,000 hits on Spotify. The lyrics were simplistic, detailing a morning routine that revolved around these beloved beverages. Joshua frequently shared his TikTok achievements with his classmates, proudly discussing his milestones. He had transformed from a struggling student, whose world had been upended by the pandemic, into a relatively successful influencer, appreciated by both his teachers and peers. His transformation from a shy, innocent student to a confident content creator was stark, highlighting how much he had changed. However, similar to Daniel Larson, Joshua's intense desire for fame carried a darker undertone. The same drive that propelled him to internet stardom also threatened to lead to his downfall, as the pressures and pitfalls of online—
hold on. Alright, let's... No, I can't... Let me see what you just replied. Because if you're talking about... If you're gonna say something that I've talked about before, I understand it's about respect. Do you not think... Dog, all I can say to you is not even about that. The first thing is, it was clearly a joke. Like, I wasn't disrespecting him or anything. But even if I did disrespect him, the fact he immediately went to call me a stupid fucking bitch after me posting a meme, that's on him. Like I said, I assume he's grown, I'm grown. Okay? That's fine. But what did I say wrong? Because the only thing else I've heard from people is the fact they said there would be quote-unquote drama in the community about it. Which, my counterpoint, once you turn off your computer screen, you're no longer in drama. And also, the Twitter meme, I don't know if you also looked at the Twitter page. The Twitter page has 40 followers. So what backlash? If I posted it maybe on Night Fox, it's Joe, I don't care. Good. Dog, the amount of shit that I should have recorded about the way he treated members in the clan in a disrespectful way, good. Like I said, if you think I'm the only person that he's talked to like this, he has literally called everybody. There's a guy that said he needed to leave because he's dealing with a kid, and he had points in the last clan war, and he started cursing him out when he left because he had things to deal with in real life. Like I said, a piece of shit gets exposed for being a piece of shit. I don't give a fuck what happens afterwards. I would just rather people know the type of person this guy is. So, and like I said, I understand he's building a clan, but if he wasn't doing anything wrong, what the fuck is there to talk about? He didn't do anything wrong. I clearly said that. But to immediately see that message, see that I posted it to a Twitter page with 40 followers that was created 3 hours ago, and think, oh yeah, people are actually going to look into this. I don't know what to tell you. Like I said, if he would have just been like, hey, could you please take that down? I don't want people to get the wrong idea. I would have been like, yeah, okay, man, I apologize. I didn't realize that. But the fact that he reacted the way he is shows he shouldn't even be a clan leader. You don't see any of this? I mean, you clearly saw what happened. Like I said, you could try to push this stupid narrative that I did anything even equally as wrong as him. But I don't know what to tell you. Like I said, if he would have just been calm and nice with me, I wouldn't have even put this video out. But the fact that he decided... Would they? Let me ask the clan leader that I'm in right now. The people that got 5th place last clan war. Let me ask them real quick. Matter. No, they didn't. They got 6th. I'm talking about the clan war that just ended. And yeah, I know. I was in 4th place in the entire clan. Like I said, there's no reasoning with you too. It can flip to both sides. There's no way I'm going to convince you otherwise, because you already have a thought in your head. If you would have shown me any evidence that maybe I was in the wrong, and any way that I knew I was purposely putting that meme out there to cause bad damage of reputation to Gloomy, I would apologize. Like I said, I don't know what else to tell you. You're going to think the way you want to. I'm going to think the way I have to. Unless some way you can prove that I had ill intentions when I posted that message, there is no way in hell anybody else besides maybe you and other people in Glum are going to see what I posted and think I had ill intent besides joking. That's fine. But now anytime anybody searches up your name, they're going to see that video. I want that to sit with you because you're a bitch. The way you reacted to somebody posting a meme is immature as hell, and you're a grown man. That's Joshua, whatever. I'm watching a video. Like I said, if I cared about that clan war, I wouldn't have left immediately. I would have left right when the clan war ended. But I refuse to be taught to like a bitch like the way you are, Gloomy. If he dies of alcohol poisoning, yeah, I play live streams so I can interact with people that have seen me before. Maybe you would know that before I went on YouTube, I had 2,300 followers on Twitch, stupid ass. Like, come on now. And if you want to talk about age as well, let's go back to those messages. Is a mature person over the age of 18 going to react that way immediately? Or is somebody with an ego as high as yours going to do that? You just wish something... What? Oh. Yeah, for sure. Like I said, I can pull up the clan messages you sent me. Like, I really don't mind. Put your clan down? How? I want you to explain to me how I put the clan down. I want you to explain to me personally. Because I don't think you care about the clan. I think you think I personally put you down. That's what I want you to tell me. How did I put the clan down when I posted on a Twitter account that was made 3 hours ago when I posted that had 40 followers? How did I put the clan down? I mean, you need to take your own advice, Rolla. You in here bitching for a boy that's the biggest bitch. So, have a good, terrible day. How did I put you down? How did I put you down? I said it was kind of suspicious that you were number one. You know you didn't do anything. Everybody knew you didn't do anything. It was a joke. Just because you're too retarded to understand what a joke is doesn't make that my fault. I actually had all A's and B's in high school, but thank you for assuming, retard. Like I said, I graduated at 17, so try again, pussy. Like I said, I didn't do anything wrong. I literally was posting a joke. Looking at the keyboard. Oh. What? I don't even know what you're saying, but oh well. Yeah, but I want you to tell me what people are going to see it. That's the issue. And also, I want you to prove to me I had ill intent when I said that. If I had ill intent, I would have been under a fucking Night Fox post. I didn't fail high school, but try again, dumbass. You're projecting. Like I said, if you can prove that I did anything wrong, and also, all of y'all piling in, y'all are just further proving my point. The head bitch has his bitch minions in here. Like, come on now. Y'all are literally proving my fucking point. No, you do. Because I said I will change my mind if you can prove I had ill intentions with anything I said. But you won't do that because you know you're wrong. I will fully admit, I love admitting when I'm wrong because I know I'm not a fucking dork to where I can't. How did you prove it? What'd you prove? How'd you prove it? That I personally had ill intentions when I posted that. How can you prove I personally had ill intentions? Read the full comment. Okay. I'm not disagreeing. Alright. I understand your point of view, but if it's about respect, do you not think it would have been respectful to ask Gloomy before having a Twitter start drama about his clan? Let me remind you again. The account was created 3 hours ago. So what? See? Like, you have to understand that it took Gloomy and any other clan years to build up the clans and a lot of work. So while it might have been a small little laugh for you, you don't get to deal with any of the backlash. I want you to personally, Gloomy, I want you to personally tell me any backlash that you have faced so far, because I still have the comment up. I want you to personally tell me any backlash you've dealt with, and I want proof. I will apologize if you have. How did I put you down? I was making a joke. If you can't understand that joke, that's on your mental. That's not on mine. Like I said, I don't think you care. You're just saying the clan to have a backup. It only hurts you. No, that's on you. Like I said, wipe your mouth after you dick sucking, Rolla. Clearly getting spit everywhere. But let me continue your stupid ass thing. I'm not disagreeing that it possibly was handled in the wrong way. See, that's how I know you have bias. Possibly could have been handled wrong. You read the chats, right? You clearly watched the video, quote unquote. What do you mean it could have possibly been handled in the wrong way? I didn't pay, retard. I had somebody else pay for me. Try again. When people like you, you don't gotta pay for shit like that. But try again, pussy. Keep trying to find flaws in whatever you can find instead of realizing you're defending a fucking retard. Only See, I can tell you're under 18 because you keep using the word female. Go get some pussy before you try to talk to me. That's all I gotta say. Yeah, anybody could. And if anybody did, even right now, even years in the future, if anybody did, I would apologize. Because I'm enough of a man that I don't mind apologizing. If this hurt Gloomy in any way, I would apologize. If what my comment said affects Gloomy or the clan in any way, and you can show proof of it, I will apologize. But that's not going to happen as of right now. Like I said, if you show me that, I will apologize. I don't mind. Oh, now you want to go the mature way. Go to a Juice WRLD concert. Now you want to handle it mature. You know, 3 days after. You didn't want to handle it mature like an actual leader when it happened. Please do. If you haven't blocked me on Discord, please send it to me. Now let me finish the comment. But the response is equally as mishandled. Clans seem very easy to handle from a normal player's point of view and don't really understand the backend. Okay, man. Doing this even as a joke creates a ripple effect. Imagine if you owned a business in IRL that had an audience of kids, and someone that works for you randomly makes a meme page make a joke about your company. You know what happens after that? You ignore it. Because guess what? The bigger picture is you don't worry about people making memes. A good business would ignore it if it was a meme. So your whole comment for that second part is stupid, just like you. So I don't know what else to say. What? Somebody makes a meme page and you immediately call them or go to where they live and start cursing them out in front of them? Is that what you want? Because that's what happened. Do we not see as a... First off, you ain't an adult. Do we not see as adults how this could be interpreted as negative? No. Alright, go ahead. I want you to show me one instance of it where a small page did it. I'm not talking about a big page, a small page. Because like I said, I posted it under someone overdoing this. You can send 2. I don't care. But at the end of the day, that's another point. Why the fuck are y'all acting like y'all make money off this game? This is a game. It's a clan war. It's a game on Roblox. Like, are y'all... I feel like I'm losing my mind with these retards. I don't know what else to say. I really don't. Alright, let me see. Okay, so Gloomy just sent me a picture of a person I know doing that. I didn't ask them to send that. I can literally show you the messages. Like I said, here's proof. This was somebody I know. They did that. I didn't tell them to do that. I can even throw up the VOD if I need to go back and look through it. He decided to do that through his own accord. So that is not backlash. That is a single person. It's not I think it's a meme, it's I know it's a meme. Okay? You know you don't have to do live streaming to want to make money, right? I'm doing this because I like doing it. And you clearly like it as well because you're still here talking with me. Not everybody has to do something for profit. You know that, right? That's the definition of backlash? Yeah, but you're acting like this is from an outsider, not somebody that knows the personal situation. Like I said, there's going to be nothing to convince you or the other person. Like I said, it does not matter to me. Because once y'all leave, I'm going to forget about you. See, I don't even believe you're an adult. How old are you? Yeah, but I want you to show me backlash from an actual person not involved in either parties. Because clearly that wasn't real backlash. That was just a guy being stupid. So no. I want proof of somebody that is not within Glum or people that know me personally giving you backlash. And I will apologize. Matter of fact, I'll apologize for my friend doing that to you, Gloomy. I didn't tell him to do that. And I condone him doing that. No, I'm not. Like I said, I apologize for that. But now I would like an example besides that. Yeah, and if you think I took less than 15 minutes to make that video, I don't know what you're gonna think. I literally would in stream clip it and then put it in Microsoft Clipchamp. It didn't take nothing for me to do it. You're acting like I put time and effort into it. I literally went to a website after I typed in website you can put an X over a picture. And that's how I put the X. I did not put any time and effort into that video. And like I said, I did its purpose. I don't give a fuck if it blows up. And I said that before. I said that in previous streams. But the fact that now you know about it, that's all I needed. Dedicate your YouTube to me? Where do you see yourself in the title? Where do you see yourself in the description? The only reason I'm talking about you is because your senior bitch here decided to start talking about it. If it didn't bother you, then you wouldn't have posted it. Yeah. It bothered me, like, for 5 seconds, and then I quit caring, and then I decided to go the dickhead route. Like I said, there's no convincing you either, because you're clearly not an adult, Rolla. I would like some proof you're an actual adult, because you keep talking about we're adults, and I don't believe you. I didn't pay for the models, so that clearly shows you're retarded, and please leave. I'm done talking to you. I already know you looked inside a fucking firecracker or an explosive last night on 4th of July. Knocked around some fucking rocks in your head. Want proof that I'm an adult? You can hear it in my voice, retard. Okay, you can work at McDonald's at 16, so that doesn't mean anything. Like I said, you're clearly getting more offended and upset about all this than even Gloomy. Gloomy has not typed as many messages as you. You act like you're getting paid from this. You might need a new butt from all that dick riding you doing. Is that all you got? Because clearly that wasn't an adult joke. Your word choices? Oh, you're one of those. Oh. Actually, hypothetically, this is how you're supposed to equivalent a sentence. Oh, nerd ass. Shut your bitch ass up. What the A real adult with a real career. You don't sound like it. What year were you born? Very weak vocab. Okay. That doesn't matter. Alright, you didn't hear my previous question? I said, what year were you born and what's your career? Well, I can just tell by how you're typing that you're a fucking dork. The way you type is really... Yeah. Like, who cares, man? See, you're dodging the question. You're dodging the question. What year were you born, and what's your career? Since you have this so illustrious career that you're able to stop and talk to someone live stream playing Roblox. Oh, so you are fucked up in the head. Yeah, never mind. That makes sense. Never mind. No, that makes sense, actually. No, that makes perfect sense. You are retarded. Alright, and I apologize if anybody came your way. And even think about harassing you. I apologize if that happens. That's not my intention. I wish the best of luck to you and Glum. I want to be proven wrong. Like I said, I would just like a shred of evidence I had any type of ill will whenever I made that original tweet. You're bored from your job, right? You're bored from that job you have, right? That illustrious meteorologist job, right? He has a mental disorder. Amen, brother. Isn't the Marine Corps like the lowest IQ out of all the branches in the military? Clear why you went there. You were gonna be nothing else in your life.
Online fame began to take their toll.
Incorrect. Army has the lowest requirement. Yeah, and I bet you got kicked out of that first too, stupid ass.
During this period, Joshua Block's content remained steadfastly focused on his favorite subject.
Bro's saying he was in the Marines. Bitch, you were a chef on a boat. Don't shut your stupid ass up. You act like you went to war. You were a busboy.
New York City, coffee, and dancing. His videos were consistent in style, showcasing his eccentric behavior and often obnoxious antics. And it was likely this bizarre charm and outlandish actions that propelled his popularity. Joshua would frequently visit Times Square, creating numerous TikToks where he would scream the lyrics to Empire State of Mind, dance like the Joker on the steps, or even—
That's a Navy? Oh. Oh well. Probably still the same thing. I don't know what the fuck y'all do, but you clearly didn't do good enough if you're already out.
Street.
No, I don't know what this guy's problem. I don't even know who the fuck this is. But damn. Why you think about my weight? If you worried about my weight, you should go get on your fat ass mama for being big as hell. Ego shitting on the military. Yo, hold on. I got a couple pair of boots you can lick real quick. Hold on, give me a second. Let me guess, you started shaking last night when people were doing firecrackers, huh? Stupid ass. Get on camera. See, now you sound like you pay for webcam models. Wise Dodge, 300 pounds? Amen, brother. I am so fat and squishy and mushy, you caught me. But you're below 6 foot. I can lose weight. You can't grow taller.
The Empire State of Mind motif in his content began on the 14th of March, 2021, with a video of him loudly singing the song in Times Square. This video went viral, and the song became a recurring theme on his page. By May, Joshua had achieved another milestone. He secured his own billboard in Times Square and declared himself the king of the concrete jungle.
Billboard Day. These are the girls they told me about you? I know. Podcast. Today's Billboard.
Alright, you currently play the same game. I don't think you have a job because you're busy typing to me instead of doing your actual job. And I'm not 300 pounds, but I mean, you can keep fantasizing about me. I know you're licking your lips every time you try to describe me. Holy, what projection is that? Where the fuck did that come from? Holy shit, you're a pedophile. What the fuck? Bro must be talking about his wife that he had in the military that only used him for his benefits. Holy. That boy projecting like a motherfucker. You play the same exact kids game, so why would you even start out talking like that? Like you're not currently playing the game too. I also like how you haven't denied that you're under 6 foot. I know you're a munchkin. I'm gonna try to walk over a bridge and I'm gonna have to pay this retard's toll. I'm dead. Dog. That boy got discharged for PTSD for shooting himself. That boy. Woo! You're taller than him, Jafet. I wasn't calling you that. That bro got cartoon smoke coming out his ears. He's steaming. I know that room went 10 degrees higher. Holy. Anyway, how are you doing, Gennaro? And oh, here we go again. Oh, I found what you look like. Yeah, it's like you can see it in profile pictures. And in my Twitch or in my YouTube channel. By the way, that was taken when I was 13, retard. So clearly you're going back to looking at and thinking about minors. Don't worry, you can crack the bones in your legs and let it shift up and you'll get taller so you can actually say that in my face. But you're a munchkin, so who cares? You're not 13 this pic? Where is it? I want to see it. Matter of fact. What picture? Because you probably just got something from your fetish website and think it's me. Yeah, try to pick it up for your big ass. I'd be like, hey man, you dropped your food. I know you're retarded from being in the Marines, but I thought I'd let you know. See, you keep thinking about me eating food. I think you got a fat person fetish. You freaky as hell. They need to send you to Israel on a torpedo. He can't. He's special needs. He doesn't even know how to click off the YouTube thumbnail in the tab. He don't even know how to do that. Maybe he don't have his arms. Bro's typing with his nubs.
Today's billboard. Excited, right? Yep.
See, this... I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I feel bad for you, Rolla, so I'm gonna quit giving you attention because you remind me of Joshua Block here. Giving too much attention to a retard will ruin their life. So, you know, have a good day. I forgive you, by the way, Rolla. I forgive you for the way you've acted today. Anyway, how are you doing, Gennaro?
This move showcased
and
his
Jafet?
growing sense of ego, as his posts increasingly displayed a disregard for those around him, and he seemed to view himself as a superior figure. Joshua's narcissism extended to his commentary on COVID-19. He frequently complained about masks and lockdowns, derogatorily referring to masks as face diapers. Interestingly, Joshua himself is vaccinated and has been seen wearing masks in the past, making his sudden anti-mask rhetoric puzzling. His relationship with COVID-19 is likely complicated. Having experienced the disruption and trauma of the pandemic during his high school years, Joshua may have lingering negative feelings related to the pandemic's impact on his life. One of the most notable elements to emerge during this period was Joshua Block's BANNED joke. Around the same time, Joshua collaborated with the popular YouTube channel Side Talk, known for its street interviews with random people. In this video, Joshua performed another rendition of Empire State of Mind, shared a controversial opinion about school lunches, and even charged someone $25 for a photo. This video also marked one of the first instances of Joshua telling viewers he was wearing Louis Vuitton because he was banned from the Gucci store, a meme that would become a staple of his content.
New York, concrete jungle where dreams are made of. Got Louis Vuitton because I'm banned from the Gucci store.
Oh,
Yep, unfortunately I'm banned from there.
Banned.
Banned.
He banned.
You have been permanently banned. Michelle Obama ruined our school lunches.
What do you want to say to Michelle Obama about the school lunches?
Our lunches are disgusting. Friday, coffee and boba. Saturday, coffee and boba. Sunday, coffee and boba. I run this city now, me.
Can you tell the people about your level of clout?
I'm like movie star famous. I can't go anywhere without getting recognized.
Can I get a picture with you?
That'll be $25.
He turned a pandemic to a bandemic.
And he got banned from Gucci.
Banned from Gucci for life. Too much money.
You see this?
It's Louis Vuitton.
Vintage Louis.
The initial Side Talk interview was a significant success, amassing several 100,000 views and garnering positive comments from viewers who found humor in Joshua's antics. The success led to a second interview just a few weeks later where Joshua once again captivated the audience with his confident persona.
What do you want to say to 6ix9ine right now? He claims to be the king of New York.
I'm the king of New York. 6ix9ine is not the king. I am. I'm out here with no security because security's for quitters. I'm Moneybag Josh.
And he's really like that.
Yep, I'm really like that.
Josh, if you could get one thing for Christmas, what would it be?
Dixie D'Amelio. Dixie, you're coming to my prom and you're gonna like it.
Are we live? Are we live? I need to know, are we live? I heard you have the za. Is that true?
The what?
The Zaza, the za. Me and you are connected through the za. The za. The Zaza.
I want to be a part of it. New York, New York.
They're like, but Beebs, are we live?
Yes, Sirski!
Yes, sir.
Who the fuck taught Josh that word?
Yes,
Sirski!
Are we live?
Yes, Sirski! Concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Now you're in New York.
Following these interviews, an independent artist named Felix Cartal created a song based on Joshua's "Banned from the Gucci Store" meme, which was, by many accounts, more polished than anything Joshua had produced. Building on the popularity of the "Banned from the Gucci Store" meme, Joshua attempted to reinvent the joke by incorporating it into his persona. He transformed the phrase into a catchphrase, replacing the fact that he got banned from the Gucci store with the fact that he got banned from Tinder. According to Joshua, he created a Tinder account sometime between 2020 and 2021 and included his Cash App information in his profile, which led to his ban from the platform for violating their begging policies. This incident sparked a long-running series of Tinder jokes that Joshua has continued long ever since.
So, I opened Tinder like one does. What does BANNED mean?
He even created a whole entire song sampling this joke, though it was met with mixed reviews for its grating quality.
What does ban mean? 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 What does ban mean?
Joshua frequently references this joke in many of his live streams and interactions, often using it as a conversational crutch. This behavior could be linked to the repetitive behaviors and stims common among individuals with autism, serving as a familiar and comforting way for Joshua to engage with his audience. While the banned joke became a defining feature of this period, there were 3 other significant events: Joshua acquiring a fish, taking a trip to Cancun, and graduating from high school. Each of these milestones played a role in shaping his online persona and contributed to his growing notoriety on social media. Let's start with Joshua's graduation. Given his birth year of 2001, one might assume he would have graduated in 2019. However, Joshua actually completed high school sometime between May and June of 2021 at the age of 19, about to be 20, having been held.
You done? Okay, cool. Time to relaunch everything. Did Wait, no. Nope. This. That. Fuck is this? Do 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 do. Alright, cool. Go. But time to send. This motherfucker here. Ugh. Do do. Go. I'm gonna go there. There we go. Go. Whew. Jeez. Da. Da. Alright.
Held back twice. For Joshua, graduating high school was a significant achievement, especially considering his unstable home life. High school likely provided him with a much-needed support system alongside the more positive segment of his TikTok audience. In early June, Joshua and a random fan decided to go fishing in the Hudson River. What began as an innocent outing took a dark turn when Joshua caught a bluegill, threw it on the ground.
I remember this. I remember when this happened. I think this guy's not saying the truth. I'm pretty sure he bought the fish and stepped on it. It's still morbid. I don't think he deadass just caught the fish. I'd be surprised he knows how to catch fish. But, I need to check the leaderboard in a second. This is what I got. See where I'm at least for the top 25. Go, there we go. Oh, this is the person. Why is Gloomy still messaging me? It's over. Fuck off. Hold on. Matter of fact. Anybody still here? Did the whole clan retreat? Alright, good. I think we're good.
And stomped on it, all while smiling gleefully.
I'm not sure.
He justified his actions by claiming the fish didn't deserve to live in the polluted river, presenting his brutal act as a form of mercy. He continued to throw the fish on the ground repeatedly, letting out a disturbing giggle. The video quickly gained attention on TikTok, with re-uploads garnering millions of views. The backlash was swift and intense, prompting Joshua to respond in a now-deleted TikTok. He defended his actions by stating the fish was already dead and complained that the fan had filmed him without permission since they hadn't paid him to record.
Okay, so a lot of people are upset about a leaked video of me stomping on a fish. First of all, the fish was already dead. The person who recorded me without my permission. They didn't pay the cameo, so they weren't even supposed to record me, but they posted it to set me up so that they would have an excuse to try and cancel me. I did not kill anything. The fish was already dead.
The public response to his explanation was overwhelmingly negative, with many accusing him of animal abuse and expressing concern about his apparent lack of remorse. The controversy led to a temporary ban on Joshua's TikTok account in late July, following a mass flagging campaign by users. Desperate to regain access to his account, Joshua resurrected his Starbucks Club channel and posted a tearful apology, pleading for his account to be reinstated. He acknowledged that stomping on the fish was wrong and begged for his livelihood back. Despite his efforts, the apology was poorly received, as it came across as more whiny than sincere.
Okay, I'm sorry about the fish. It was a wrong thing for me to do, to stomp that fish. Please, just get me my account back.
Meanwhile, YouTuber CurlyDaddy101, who claimed to be a friend of Joshua, released a video discussing the situation. The video received positive feedback, with many viewers supporting Joshua and condemning TikTok's decision.
Hi guys, thank you for reaching out to me about the whole Joshua stepping on a fish situation. I saw the video. I just recently...
Oh, I forgot about this guy. What'd you say? Give all pets a 3 to 5 of one pet to make... What are you saying? I don't get what you're saying. What are you trying to say, Del?
Recently saw the video, but I did see it, and obviously it is pretty gross. And I hold a lot of the same sentiments that you guys hold. Thank you guys for reaching out to me and telling me to reach out to him. I did. I have the privilege of having his number, and I did text him and tried talking to him. And I'm not going to share what was said, but I am hoping that that can take us somewhere in a more positive direction. I can only speak for what I know, and I don't know a lot, and I'm not going to act like I know a lot. But I do know that Joshua is a very special kid, but he still should know right from wrong, and that's where I stand with the situation, and I will continue to try to work with Josh and help him out a little bit, so thank you guys. Final video on the World of T-shirt situation, because last night I was really tired and didn't say everything
You
I
can.
wanted
There's
to
called
say.
a gold machine and a rainbow
First of all,
machine.
good on you guys for showing him that what he did is wrong. I think that was the right thing to do, and telling him, hey, you shouldn't have done that. And he definitely realizes that. He texted me this morning, and I know he feels awful, and he really is apologetic. What I can't get behind is people in his comment section and people making videos about him, calling him a future serial killer and all these other names. Cancel culture's beyond
Yeah, it's called Hatching One. Hope this helps.
toxic. We aren't taking part in that, but we can do something that's never been done before when a person gets called out. We cannot harass them off the app. We can try to make them a better person. That's the right thing to do. So I encourage you guys to encourage Joshua, build him up, and encourage him to seek help. That's all we can do, and that's what we should do.
Joshua's account was eventually reinstated in August and he resumed his usual content. Despite the controversy, Joshua's popularity continued to grow. By his 20th birthday, he had amassed millions of fans, and in October, Josh decided to take a vacation to Cancun. Unlike how things are in the States, the legal drinking age in Mexico is 18, which allowed Joshua to legally indulge in alcohol for the first time. His social media posts from the trip showed his enjoyment of this newfound freedom. However, fans became concerned when Joshua stopped uploading for a while after his last post from a Cancun beach.
I run Cancun! This is my city! Cancun's mine! Woo woo! Woo woo! Cancun, you're mine!
Eventually, a friend, TikTok user at Djnik, posted an update explaining that Joshua had lost his phone in a taxi after getting drunk. Joshua later confirmed this and reassured his fans that he was safe. After returning from Cancun, Joshua capitalized on his trip by creating merch related to the experience and frequently discussing his adventures and drinking exploits. He eagerly anticipated his 21st birthday, looking forward to being able to drink legally in the US as well. As 2021 drew to a close, Joshua began to receive attention from mainstream media, with various online publications highlighting his success despite his autism. Throughout 2022, Joshua largely avoided drama, continuing to produce his typical content. In May of that year, he got veneers, replacing all his teeth. This move garnered significant attention on TikTok, with many dentists commenting on the potential drawbacks of such a procedure. Joshua's life took a drastic turn on.
Yeah, I don't understand why people do that. Like, if your teeth are not bad, why the fuck are you getting veneers? Just destroying your teeth for nothing.
On his 21st birthday, August 7th, 2022.
I'm 21 years old! Whoa!
This was the worst thing to happen to him, turning 21.
Let's go! Let's party! Let's go!
Up until that point, he had never been known to abuse substances, but turning 21 marked the beginning of a new, more troubling phase. Joshua began
Or the beginning of the
large amounts
end.
of alcohol, which quickly became central to his online persona. His fans tuned in to see his drunken antics, and Joshua obliged, creating numerous videos showcasing his inebriation. His live streams also reflected this new focus, revealing more of his unfiltered self.
Too much tonight. I think I'm gonna pass out.
As Joshua's drinking habits spiraled out of control, his behavior on live streams became increasingly erratic. This new development caught the attention of a broader audience, drawing more scrutiny to his actions. Amidst this escalating situation, another significant figure emerged in Joshua's life, and his name is Michael Quinn. And with that, I'm passing the mic to my good friend Kiwi Tapes to take it away from here. Take it away, Kiwi.
Yeah, I don't know why they would do that either. I mean, I think they did it in a previous, like in Petsum X. Not sure though. I just don't see why they would do that, but
Let's introduce Michael Quinn, a man in his 40s to 60s whose most notable achievement is inheriting Feltman's Hot Dogs, a company famous for selling hot dogs. His involvement with Feltman's was significant enough to land him a TV interview on NBC.
The battle for local bragging rights going to be decided on this Sunday when the Jets and the Giants kick off at MetLife Stadium. Should be interesting. But no matter who you root for, even if you don't like football much, we're all the same team when it comes to good food if you're tailgating. Michael Quinn is the co-owner of Feltman's of Coney Island, and he's here this morning with some great game day snacks. It is so exciting to be in the newsroom with this sort of catering service. We get very used to this around here.
Absolutely. I think this is a first tailgating for the newsroom right
It's
here
good to
with
have it.
Dolphin's Hot Dogs.
Like I said, we get very used to this. You're going to spoil us. Take me through what you bring, what your Feltman specialties are, and what you recommend when you tailgate.
Well, first of all, this hot dog right here, this is the original with just mustard.
Okay, that's just the classic.
A little bit of chili with some cheese on top, and then also with some onions and mustard and sauerkraut.
Quinn also had a stint as a substitute teacher, but that ended when he was fired after a video surfaced of him angrily confronting students.
Hey, this is not your goal anymore. Stop. It's 3.5. One.
Details about his life outside of these roles are murky, but he often brags about his extensive business connections. On a personal level, Michael Quinn was married and had a daughter, both named Kylie Quinn. However, it appears his wife divorced him within the last 5 years, a decision that seems unsurprising given Quinn's volatile nature. His daughter is likely between the ages of 16 and 20, though public information about her is scarce. Quinn also had a brother who tragically died in the 9/11 attack.
Oh, okay. Oops. Okay then. Damn.
And reportedly received a substantial settlement from a related lawsuit. His TikTok presence heavily relies on his association with Joshua Block, and without this connection, Quinn would lack any significant influence or following. Joshua and Quinn connected around April 2022, just before Joshua turned 21. Quinn's supposed business acumen and New York savvy seemed to attract Joshua. While their interactions were limited initially, they began to spend more time together after Joshua's 21st birthday. By late 2022, they started collaborating for content. Some early videos seemed innocent enough, such as their appearance on the YouTube channel Flavors of New York. However, their focus soon shifted towards the more sensationalized content that could generate views and revenue.
I'm Joshua Block with Flavors of New York. We are at Artichoke Pizza.
On 14th Street, I'm Michael Quinn with Flavors of New York with my sidekick. Let's head inside. Let's do it.
Joshua eventually hired Quinn as his personal manager, with Quinn taking a percentage of Joshua's earnings in exchange for little more than encouraging Joshua's reckless behavior and following him around.
Thanks. You know, I've been overwhelmed recently with these messages I've been getting. Just people are just saying, you know what, Quinn? You do the right things. You know, you're just a great guy. Hang in there, stay positive. It means so much to me. And I don't want publicity from this. I don't want any publicity. But thank you from the bottom of my heart. It's all about is helping other people, you know?
If they came in illegally, that's their problem, right?
No. And you weren't getting
I wasn't getting
titted up.
drunk.
Yeah, you weren't getting titted up. Yeah.
Captain's hat looks cleaner.
It's okay. If I'm banned from there, no big deal.
As long as you're
It's
not
a
banned from
big
Rudy's. How many wieners did you consume?
deal. I only had like 2.5
2.5.
because I was full.
Yeah. But you can have as much as you want there.
You get a free hot dog with every drink.
That's the best deal.
Why you don't like the video? Don't like seeing retarded people?
All right, in town. Alright, you gotta turn on, wingman. We gotta get some pussy.
Not your thing? Damn, I don't care.
Just end your live before we get to the
Dude, I don't want to watch this though. I want to watch something different. Reminds me too much of that Rolo guy. He's still messaging me, by the way. Not even the main guy, the other guy. If I can find some. Oh yeah, we'll just go back to Jay Aubrey. Fuck it. Watch about the gay politician.
Before we get to anything he did, it's important to establish somewhat of a base understanding of where the man comes from, which I'm gonna attempt to lay out as best I can, but keep in mind, this guy has lied about literally so many elements of his life that it's actually hard to get a straightforward timeline of events. So if anything here feels a bit disjointed, it's because George himself is a very disjointed and confusing person, okay? Not my fault. This is a guy who baselessly claimed his niece was kidnapped by Chinese communists, that he survived multiple assassination attempts, and that he's run a real estate empire on top of me.
To try and bully someone online. Who? The video guy? Absolutely not. He's just documenting. He literally is making a comprehensive video of everything that has happened to him. The only person fucking with him is that guy that's quote-unquote his manager that keeps encouraging him to drink, and now he's a full-blown alcoholic. Yes, he is still DMing me. He's like, literally nobody agrees with you. And I'm like, yeah, maybe only Glum members. He's like, no, this is a different Discord. I'm like, oh, so you're having to go to different Discords to find people that will agree with you. Oh, okay. Like I said, Gloomy, he messaged me a shit ton. I just closed the DM. I don't give a fuck what he needs to say. Like I said, maybe I'll need to check through his logs again, but I don't think a single time I saw him take accountability at all. So that tells me enough that I know about him, that I need to know about him. The other guy, I don't know who the fuck he is. He just keeps DMing me. Let's see what retarded shit he said this time. Huh.
Meeting Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, what? That dude's epic. He's definitely married. He's definitely an ex-Marine. And he definitely doesn't play this game all the time. He is very definitely... He's really epic. He very much has a life. He's not fat. And, I mean, he didn't disagree on the short thing. I know he's 5'5". But anyway, over that situation, I told him to quit messaging me. If he continues, that's on his own prerogative. But anyway.
He's also lied about where he went to school, where he worked, where he got his money, that he was an actor on Disney Channel, and one of my favorites, that he produced a Spider-Man musical on Broadway, which is especially bizarre to me because that specific musical he wrongly said he worked on was a commercial failure that lost millions of dollars and even resulted in the injury of several cast members. Why you would want to tie your name to that, I just don't get. Half the time there's nothing to be gained from these lies at all. In a 2022 congressional debate, he actually stole his opponent's answer to the question, what's your favorite holiday tradition, right in front of him.
So, Mr. Zimmerman, name one of your favorite family traditions.
New Year's Eve, I hope my nephews and I, my brother and sister-in-law, get together in our sweats, watch a stupid holiday movie, some sort of stupid comical holiday movie, and eat the food that we shouldn't eat all year round. Haagen-Dazs is always...
Oh my god. Oh my god, he blocked me. What a pussy. He blocked me. Holy shit. He blocked me. What a... So let's see everything that happened in that situation. Right there. And this will be the final bit because I don't care about the... So let's go over everything real quick because I know he is very sad about it. Plus he blocked me, so that means I win. He folded. He's my bitch. I forgive him. Yeah, let's go right here. So, I suppose as his gotcha, he sent me a picture of myself, which, I mean, clearly I've done plenty of times. I'm like, hey, you want some more pics too, retard? Let's see you if you're gonna try to critique me. I'm good, just interested in someone like this thinks they can shit on the military. Holy shit, I need some boots licked. You can't even see your own dick when you look. See what I mean? He's just freaky. You just live on the internet. I came trying to reason. Keep that in mind. I live on the internet, okay? And keep in mind how many times I respond to him, okay? But I live on the internet. I came in trying to reason with you and help you understand. Oh, he's trying to help me. Oh, okay, I get it. You just want to be a victim. I'm not a victim. I haven't stated I was a victim. I just wanted to show how much of a piece of shit Gloomy was, but now I can understand that Glum members are also dorks. I'm not a pussy. I show my face if you see any other video. Meanwhile, you're an ugly short man scared of showing your face because you're a pussy. Like I said, I forgive you, but can you please quit messaging me? I got nothing to say to a loser like you. And so, like, you see how many times he messaged me? But he says I live online? He has over 100 messages in my stream, too. So that makes no fucking sense either. But, you know, can't reason with people that have that low of IQ. But, like I said, I forgive him. He's just dumb. He doesn't understand. Anyway.
Always a staple.
Mr. Santos, your favorite family tradition?
Our favorite family tradition is just family time. It doesn't matter if it's a Tuesday night or if it's a Sunday night or if it's Christmas. It's sweatpants, pints of Haagen-Dazs all over the place.
He literally copied bro's own family tradition right down to the brand of ice cream. This man's a fucking menace. But where does it all begin, right? Well, even that's the subject of debate. As the story goes, George Santos was brought into the world on July 22nd, 1988 in Sunnyside, Queens, and was raised in a basement apartment in Jackson Heights. And if we're going off this Wikipedia biography for a user named Anthony DeValder last...
Exactly. Not only that, he cared about the situation more than anybody involved. He said he was talking to me because he was talking shit because he was bored. I don't believe that. I believe he genuinely had to save his king and queen. I don't know what else, man.
Edited by him in 2011, we would learn his drag career began at 17, winning several gay beauty pageants between making the rounds at Brazilian nightclubs before going into acting on various Disney Channel shows, and landing a role in the 2009 film The Invasion starring Uma Thurman, a movie that doesn't exist, all because he was inspired by the Steven Spielberg film Independence Day, which Spielberg didn't make. So this biography doesn't actually clear anything up, unfortunately. In that case, what do other people tell us about George? Well, as his former coworker Barbara Hurtis told Patch.com, he used to tell us he was born in Brazil and that he would travel back and forth and that he came from money, which we know for a fact that George has lied about coming from money, once telling a judge he worked for Goldman Sachs in 2017. The reason he was in court, by the way, was so he could testify on behalf of a family friend who ended up pleading guilty to ATM skimming and later told the feds that it was George who taught him how to do it, but that's a different story entirely. The transcript here is hilarious to me because when the judge asks, "You worked for Goldman Sachs in New York?" George's response was just, "Yup," which in hindsight was a bold-faced lie, one of many that he'd actually copped to once he realized there was nowhere else to run. Before beginning his political career, or any career for that matter, we know George was living near Rio de Janeiro with his mother in 2008. Or he may have been living in the US and visiting his mom in Brazil, as some of his friends have now stated, but that's a detail. The point is, he was around 20 at the time he stole the checkbook of a man his mother had been caring for and used it to rack up around $1,300 in fraudulent checks, according to Brazilian court documents. To make matters worse, this elderly patient his mom had been working as a caregiver for was deceased at the time George took his checkbook and forged his signature in order to buy luxury clothes for his boyfriend. And despite him insisting he's committed no crimes in America or abroad, Brazilian police records indicate a different story. That George actually confessed to the crime over a decade ago, not just pleading with the store owner through a Brazilian social media platform, but eventually appearing in front of authorities in 2010 and admitting to the fraud alongside his mother, while also telling him he was a white professor according to police documents. And I think one of the wildest discoveries I made while researching this video is the fact that his lawyer for this was reportedly convicted for his connection to a gang-related murder and was defending George while on house arrest. That is just something you can't even make up. As far as the store owner goes, he recalls having to pay for the stolen items out of his own pocket at the time, recently telling Mother Jones how visibly deceitful George came across. Now, George didn't acknowledge the fraudulent checks again until this year when he agreed to a $5,000 settlement and a confession in exchange for avoiding prosecution. The reason he just now settled this thing is because when Brazilian police tried to subpoena him originally in 2011, George was mysteriously nowhere to be found. He wasn't with his mom, and it turns out he wasn't even in the country because, I guess, for whatever reason, George decided to leave Brazil behind right then and make a new name for himself up north in the land of opportunity. Much like Connor Roy, I don't doubt George Santos was interested in politics from a very young age, but he didn't become very vocal about them until 2019, giving his takes on the hot-button issues of the day on Facebook, along with schmoozing Republicans at various events and fundraisers.
Today was a blessing for me as a patriot to come down here to Mar-a-Lago.
During these early days before he was really established, George made appearances at Mar-a-Lago, donated tens of thousands to the New York Young Republican Club, and attended CPAC, where he likely caught COVID at the very start of the pandemic in March 2020. This, to my knowledge, is the first time anyone in the media had even uttered the name George Santos on live television.
Our next guest tested positive for COVID-19 and joins us via Skype in quarantine. Welcome, New York congressional candidate George Santos. George, great to see you. How are you feeling right now?
I'm in recovery.
It was also shortly after he launched his first congressional campaign running for the U.S. House of Representatives in New York's 3rd congressional district. George was going up against the incumbent Democrat Thomas Suozzi, who ended up taking the win by a surprisingly narrow margin, actually.
2 weeks after Election Day, Democrat Tom Suozzi has won re-election representing New York's 3rd congressional district. Suozzi had 53%, Republican challenger George Santos 47%.
Traditionally speaking, the Nassau County Republican Committee would otherwise be pretty strict about letting a newcomer into the fold with such minimal political experience, but the pandemic dissuading anyone else from running, coupled with the fact that the county had moved more towards the left in recent years, meant George was kind of the sole Republican candidate and became the nominee by default. And while his campaign would inevitably prove unsuccessful, it would give him the chance to mingle with constituents and work the media circuit, essentially priming his voter base for a grand return in 2022.
Hi everybody, George Santos here, running for New York's 3rd Congressional District. I will fight socialism until my last dying breath because I despise it. Socialism has been tried in every country and failed miserably. And I count on you to send me to DC to represent you. We need as many volunteers as we can get for this process. I think it's...
I mean, I don't know how they couldn't tell that boy was gay. I'm dead serious, I don't understand how. I think I'm gonna have to lower this price to like what?
It's about time we put Thomas Suozzi into the retirement section.
In many ways, this race was a way for him to make an impression, which he certainly did, networking with the Trump family and buying entire tables at young Republican events. What's pretty funny though is that despite all his efforts, George didn't even live in the district he was trying to represent. And when reporters pointed this out, George claimed an address that in actuality belonged to his campaign treasurer. That same treasurer who would later admit to fraud and to implicate George.
It just looks like George.
In a scheme to embellish his finances, but trust me, we'll get to that too. It was also during this first congressional run that fellow candidates in other districts began to wonder how legitimate his fundraising claims really were. There seemed to be a pretty wide gap between what he said he had raised and what he had actually reported on campaign finance disclosure forms. As congressional candidate Josh Eisen told Intelligencer, I would look into his filings and see that he had raised almost no money. Everybody in politics exaggerates a little bit, but he was saying he had a 6-figure quarter, and it would turn out that it was a 4-figure quarter. One consultant plainly labeling him a walking campaign finance violation, and that it's been reported George came up with ideas to try and avoid campaign finance law, with one scheme that would allegedly involve getting donors who had maxed out their donations to him to give to the political action committees of other candidates, who would then funnel the donation back to Santos, as Intelligencer states. But these things weren't explored in depth at that time, because he was still so low profile enough that nobody really cared to look into him, honestly. His opponent figured, why waste money and resources on a background check that could end up giving George more exposure when he could otherwise just kind of cruise through an easy win without all the hassle. So in fear of Streisand affecting the young Republican, Suozzi opted not.
Holy shit. Sorry.
prioritize opposition research, keeping Georgia's lies under wraps for at least a couple more years.
Democratic Congressman Tom Suozzi sees a victory on the horizon, banking on 90,000 absentee ballots. A newcomer to the political scene is singing a very different tune. The 32-year-old Queens native who works in finance credits his current lead in the vote to an underestimated campaign which connected with voters.
Directly following his marginal loss in New York's 3rd District, George Santos was furious. Believing he had actually won the race, he began to allocate money and staff to a recount that never happened, along with accusing the county's GOP chairman of sabotaging his campaign because he's gay. According to intelligencers, some of his own staff members were starting to worry about his mental health when he reportedly suggested finding a way to somehow throw out Democratic ballots as they came in. A hysteria that culminated when he went to Washington, D.C. to attend an orientation for new congressional members, even after it was abundantly clear he had lost, refusing to leave the room even as Suozzi was announced the winner. And if that wasn't enough, he'd then make a speech at the Stop the Steal rally one day ahead of the January 6th riots, arguing his election had been stolen from him just like Donald Trump's.
They did to me what they did to Donald J. Trump. They stole my election.
Watching that rally from home was one of George's former roommates, who couldn't help but notice the Burberry scarf he was wearing looked a little familiar.
While they were roommates, Greg Morey said Santos stole his Burberry scarf and later wore it during the rally ahead of January 6th.
I saw that video and I just not very happy.
Those campaign finance problems I mentioned earlier, though, would absolutely bleed into his second congressional run in 2022. The successful one, which means people actually looked into this stuff. For instance, we know he was spending lavishly on the second campaign trail, racking up around $40,000 in flight expenses, buying his staffers expensive clothes while still treating them like shit, apparently. He also had a tendency to spend $199 at restaurants and hotels, which is just under the legal threshold of $200 for expenses that campaigns are legally required to track. To give you an idea of how rare an expense like that would be, FEC data shows 90% of all House and Senate races across the country did not report a single transaction between $199 and $199.99.
What's my username?
While the Santos campaign, on the other hand, reported 40 of them. In fact, Politico states that George's campaign accounted for roughly half of all expenses by all campaigns that cost exactly $199.99, a statistical improbability. Not to mention the countless donations from people who either don't exist or don't recall sending George any money. His cousin, for example, was dumbfounded by a pledge for $5,800 that he says he never made, adding to the overall mystique of how George managed to scrounge together a $700,000 sum he loaned his own campaign in 2022. But we'll explore all that and more in just a second. What's important right now is that he won, partly thanks to his district being redrawn 6 months before the election to include a much more Republican area. He was already running unopposed, which made him the Republican nominee, making it easy for him to beat the Democratic nominee Robert Zimmerman in a newly red region. This redrawing of the county lines was truly the best thing he could have asked for. It was a gift, but unfortunately, everything to come after this would be the exact opposite of a gift.
We picked him up pretty early as a fraud and a braggart and a liar, which, you come across sometimes in politics, but he was off the scale.
So now, Nassau County legislator Josh Lafazan has launched a new campaign with county residents to keep track of Congressman Santos, kind of keep an eye on him and his whereabouts. He's calling it Where's George?
By the time George made his acceptance speech on the night of November 8th, 2022, exactly 1 year apart from me typing this now, the man was already beginning to raise eyebrows. Turns out his own campaign had actually been made aware of his shady past in 2021, when they conducted what's known as a vulnerability study, basically a routine background check to see if there's anything in a candidate's past that an opponent could potentially latch onto as an attack. Well, George's history was so bad that some of his own staff reportedly urged him to step down. The complicated web of deceit this man was spinning for himself was so blatant and shameless that his own paid employees were telling him he'd be better off just fading into obscurity. You know how crazy that is? But of course, he didn't listen Allison, and by December 2022, just 1 month after he secured his seat in the House, these lies would finally catch up to him in the form of a New York Times article laying everything out for the public to witness. This investigation revealed how Citigroup and Goldman Sachs had no record of a man named George Santos or Anthony DeVolder ever working there, after he had already bragged to voters about his plentiful experience on Wall Street, going on to prove he never attended Baruch College, where he at one point claimed to have slayed on the volleyball team.
I actually went to school on a volleyball scholarship.
You did?
And I did, yeah. When I was in Baruch, we were the #1 volleyball
Did you graduate
team.
from Baruch? Did you graduate from there?
Yeah.
So did I.
I did.
So did I.
Oh, very cool. So, great school, great institution, very
Yes.
liberal, but very good professors who don't show their bias, which is very interesting. But that's a whole nother conversation. But it's funny that we went to play against Harvard, Yale, and we slay them.
This one's pretty funny to me because he spoke at length about playing on this team, all while knowing damn well he never even attended the school.
And it's funny, I was the smallest guy, and I'm 6'2". Look, I sacrificed both my knees and got very nice knee replacements from HSS playing volleyball. That's how serious I took the game.
In fact, he never even received a degree from higher education, despite claiming on the National Republican Committee's website that he once attended NYU, meaning he never attained an MBA and never scored a 710 on the GMAT, as he's also specifically liked to claim. Then there was the pet charity he liked to cite on the campaign trail. Founding Friends of Pets United in 2013, George spent the next 5 years saving 2,500 dogs and cats out of the goodness of his own heart, as his website claimed. Only subsequent reports have found this thing wasn't even registered as a charity in the states of New York or New Jersey. One of the only remnants of this thing the Times could verify was a Facebook post promoting a fundraising event in 2017. But the beneficiary of that event claims to have never received the funds, and that Georgia kept making up excuses for why he didn't have the money. I mean, he was definitely facilitating the adoptions of these dogs, but where he was getting them from is a whole other story. Past associates of his claimed he would brag about rescuing dogs off the streets himself, while this Amish dog breeder in Pennsylvania paints an entirely different picture. According to him, George showed up to his ranch looking to purchase some puppies, writing 9 checks totaling out to be about $15,000 that the farmer grew suspicious of. But by that point, George already had the dogs in his car, so he took the gamble, and shockingly, the checks bounced.
Have you gotten the money back?
No.
Have you heard from anybody about it?
No.
On. Huh.
No.
Do you believe this is the man who bought your dogs and put them in the car and took them away from you?
I feel it is. Based on my memory, I would say yes, it is.
3 days after this, George attended a pet adoption event in Staten Island. According to a former owner of that business, George had allegedly stolen puppies and would actually be charged for check fraud in the state of Pennsylvania in 2017. The only way he got out of that was by telling prosecutors he worked for the SEC and had his checkbook stolen. Somehow, this worked, and even his lawyer friend, who believed him at the time, has since told CNN she no longer thinks George was the victim of any fraud. And if you're wondering what happened with that adoption event, George reportedly took the check written to his charity, crossed out the name of the charity, and replaced it with his own, cashing it out under Anthony DeVolder. Then there's of course the story of disabled Iraq War veteran Richard Osthoff, who alleges George scammed him out of $3,000 that was meant to go to his sick service dog. According to Richard, George ran off with the money raised by a GoFundMe, resulting in his dog Sapphire being unable to receive life-saving surgery for her tumor, tragically passing away.
You were homeless at the time.
I was homeless at the time. I had broken an ankle really bad. Couldn't work for a year and a half, so I couldn't pay my rent, and I was evicted. I was living in a tent on the side of Route 9 in Howell, New Jersey, with my dog, and she had already had that growth growing. It was getting bigger and bigger by the minute, it seemed. I finally decided to take her to the vet to see what they could do to have it removed, and they gave me a $3,000 quote.
Richard says he was first introduced to George's charity by a vet tech, and that George seemed confident he could get the funds needed to save Sapphire's life.
He said he was very respected with his charity. It would help me very much to get the money in a sooner amount of time than later.
Through George, or Anthony DeValder's charity, Richard's friends and family all pitched in to help, along with his old Navy buddies and even strangers who he had never heard of. Watching this thing gain traction over the course of a couple months, it must have been really encouraging for Richard to see, and for a moment it really seemed like Sapphire, a dog who had saved his life on multiple occasions, would finally receive the treatment she needed. But according to him, George complicated things, only allowing Richard to go through his preferred veterinary clinic in New York rather than Richard's local one, which wasn't the easiest for Richard considering he was homeless and couldn't drive at the time. But George assured him he'd at least make up for it by paying the tolls and gas money, which he never did. Richard never got any of the money, in fact, and about 4 months later is when Sapphire passed. Of course, if you listen to George, though, it's all a big distraction and that he never allowed a dog to die, providing it 0 pictures, by the way, of all the pets he supposedly saved, but whatever. How are we supposed to believe him here when he's also presented no evidence he did any charity work for kids with skin conditions like he's previously claimed? According to his old campaign website, he and his family engaged in helping children with EB, but as executive director of Deborah of America, a global consortium of organizations working on behalf of people with EB, who knows, quote, all the global EB charities, notes, there is nothing in their database or general records to indicate George and his family's volunteerism at all. Even SOS EB Kids, who advocates for children with EB in Brazil, has found no records of George's family ever donating to their organization, which is probably why this line about helping kids with EB was removed from his website entirely and replaced with a more generic and difficult to verify line about him supporting at-risk children and American veterans, but still never actually showing any proof. The Times also brought up George's alleged $750,000 salary and over $1 million in dividends from his company, the DeValder Organization, which not only has no public LinkedIn page, but its address appears to be at a Florida mailbox store located in a strip mall next to a Dollar General and a Chinese takeout place. Yet George would describe this thing a few different ways. Once referring to it as a family firm that managed $80 million in assets, before later calling it a capital introduction consulting company. The disclosures revealed it had no clients, which could be illegal if any clients did exist, but would also be pretty bad if they didn't, because what actually was this thing? And more importantly, where did all his alleged fortune come from? Well, right now, nobody knows, since he's never given a straight answer, but he'll tell you where it's not from.
One of the principal critiques I've heard is that a lot of money was donated to your campaign by you, $700,000, I believe. Where did it come from?
Well, I'll tell you where it didn't come from. It didn't come from China, Ukraine, or Burisma. How about that?
Well, yeah, that is an answer.
Great, man, but that's not the question Matty Boy asked now, is it? And while George liked to talk up a big game about his family fortune being in real estate, the Times found no evidence of the Santos family owning any properties at all, despite him claiming up to 13 residential properties at one point. Instead, they uncovered a string of evictions George faced, beginning in 2015 when he owed over $2,000 in unpaid rent, then again in 2017 when another landlord landlord accused him of owing $10,000, being fined $12,000 in a civil judgment. Though as the Times points out, George did become pretty vocal about housing issues in later years, just not from a tenant perspective. Asking in 2021, will we landlords ever be able to take back possession of our property? He really said, I'm joining the war on landlords on the side of the landlords. But of course, this is something he later fessed to as well, telling the Post, George Santos does not own any properties, even though he once claimed an apartment in Rio de Janeiro on a financial disclosure forum. Also, why is he talking in third person here? But I just think it's hilarious. He'll literally LARP online as a landlord if it means getting a few retweets. Hilarious stuff, honestly, no notes. But I mean, over the years, George has claimed a lot of jobs that he couldn't prove he actually had. Citigroup and Goldman Sachs are a few of them, but he also tried saying he lost 4 employees at the 2016 Pulse nightclub shooting in Florida.
I happened to, at the time, have people that worked for me in the club. My company at the time, we lost 4 employees that were at Pulse nightclub.
Only the Times was able to review the obituaries of those lost that night and found no connections of them to any purported businesses George claimed to even be involved with, which is like an extremely easy thing to prove. All of this stuff is. I mean, he was making $15 an hour at a Dish call center at the same time he was telling people he was working as a rich financier on Wall Street. It's just that nobody looks into it until it's too late and he's already in office. He was, however, involved with a company called Linkbridge in 2019, before shifting to an investment company called Harbor City Capital, based in Florida, which...
Also, by the way, any issues I had with Gloomy, it's done. It is not of importance. And I talked it out. He said, I apologize about the way I acted that day, and I said I apologize for posting that, even though I had no ill intent. So I privated the video because, like I told him, I'll tell y'all, any issue I had with Gloomy is now on that other retard that joined the stream. Now my beef is with him, and I'm gonna make a video on him just to piss him off. Like, any fucking ill will I had with Gloomy at all, it all went to that dumbass. Because I'm still very confused on... I found out he's like a clan leader in Glum, which, whatever, he's like a officer. Which, if that's an officer, I don't know.
Already should raise some red flags. What the Harbor City? This thing was a Ponzi scheme. It literally used YouTube videos to bait investors with false promises of double-digit returns before being shuttered by the SEC. To this day, George claims he had absolutely no idea of any illegal activity happening while there, and I have no reason to doubt that. This is a guy with a clear conscience and a reputation for being honest. One more.
Guy's the biggest liar I've ever met. This boy's just like, it's time to wake up and lie. This boy love lying.
What can I say?
This is his very first TV interview since these accusations surfaced.
I'm not a fraud. I'm not a fake. I didn't materialize from thin air. I worked damn hard to get where I got my entire life.
Needless to say, this article revealed a lot, but George retaliated hard, providing copious amounts of documents and files on top of files to prove the undisputed legitimacy of every single one of his original claims. Kidding. His lawyers slammed the article as a smear campaign riddled with defamatory allegations. George never did come up with any evidence to defend himself with. In fact, to make matters worse, almost immediately after this thing was published, Jewish Insider would reveal some pretty damning information regarding his family tree.
I think one of the questions that really probably hits home to a lot of people is are you Jewish?
See, George was known to flaunt his supposed Jewish heritage in front of voters, painting it as a story of survival, tenacity, and grit, as he put it at a Jewish coalition conference, for example.
Boy, just love lying. Like, oh, it's time to wake up and have some more lies.
Well, good morning. Shabbat Shalom to everybody.
He talked about it all the time to voters.
You know, my grandparents survived the Holocaust.
Jewish lasers in space.
I'm a Jew, trust me.
He was literally at a menorah lighting the very night before the New York Times article dropped. He made no secret that his maternal grandparents fled Jewish persecution in Soviet-led Ukraine before escaping the Nazis in Belgium and finally settling in Brazil. Until it came out that his grandmother was actually born in 1927 and would have been 13 by the time he claimed she left Belgium in 1940, while married to her husband. It would also seem George's grandfather was, by all indications, Brazilian, according to a historian from the University of Rio de Janeiro who specializes in the entry of foreigners in Brazil from 1939 to 1945. Exactly the time frame we're looking at here, which conflicts with the initial story that his grandfather escaped Stalin's Ukraine in the 20s. In fact, according to the historian, only 2 foreigners entered Brazil from Belgium by the name of de Valder, but they arrived separately after the war in 1948 and 1955 and left pretty soon after. Though he did acknowledge George's great-grandfather, who arrived in Brazil at the end of the 19th century, according to an extensive genealogical record of the Santos family. Finally concluding, George has an interesting family history with nice and important people. I suspect he doesn't have the slightest idea of this. For that reason, he invented ancestors.
Now again, multiple family records show your maternal grandparents were born in Brazil.
Just say you gonna crash the whip and then run over your grandma. Okay, let's back up. 3 statements. Bored as hell at work, might crash another car, I don't know, LOL. Rip grandma, and then let's get fucked up, who wanna have sex and chill. Dog, are you doing that meme? Where somebody's like, who want back shots after RIP grandma.
Genealogist told CNN there's no sign of Jewish and or Ukrainian heritage and no indication of name changes along the way.
At that point, George had been cornered. He went from basically being gifted a seat in the House of Representatives on a silver platter to becoming enemy number 1 of the media before he was even sworn into office.
Within the ranks of the United States Congress, there's felons galore, there's people with all sorts of shiesty backgrounds, and all of a sudden, George Santos is the Mary Magdalene of United States Congress.
Breaking his silence the day after Christmas with an appearance on WABC and an interview with the New York Post, telling the Post, I am not a criminal and that my sins here are embellishing my resume. I am sorry. Chalking his lies about Wall Street up to a poor choice of words and admitting he never graduated from any college, adding we do stupid things in life, before finally hitting us with the quote of the year. In his interview, George told the Post, I never claimed to be Jewish. I'm Catholic. Because I learned my maternal family had a Jewish background, I said I was Jew-ish.
Woo! Love line.
But that's just not even true. The man literally called himself halachically Jewish just a month before the election at a US-Israel PAC meeting. Literally, nobody thought he meant Jewish. He clearly wanted people to think it. Whatever. I feel foolish just trying to understand any of this. Am I right? Yeah, am I right? And of course, this was also around the time he had some old Facebook comments resurface.
Must have been Deleter's burner.
Along with this leaked audio of him doing what he considers to be an impression of a Jewish man, I guess.
You sit in a room with a lot of Jews, you're it's funny when the isms start coming out, right? Oh, he's such a man, she's such a man, and then they go on to the next thing, and it's like, oh, that's a point, it's really bad. But anyway.
I have no idea how this is a real person. Broader media attention, though, meant deeper investigations into George's murky biography. Before long, even his own past relationships came under scrutiny. First, with the Daily Beast being unable to find any official marriage license for him and his husband in the state of New York, with some also pointing to his lack of wedding ring the day he first arrived in Washington. The first time most people even learned he was married at all was when he mentioned his husband in passing as a part of this tweet commemorating the late Senator Dianne Feinstein, which I loved because hard launching your partner at the beginning of a memorial tribute, it's an act of insanity.
And also, no RIP to her. Fuck that bitch. Fuck Feinstein. That bitch literally should have retired like a decade ago. They literally was wheeling her into Congress on life support. And everybody's like, please, just fucking resign. But nah, I'm gonna keep going. Bitch, go. But this is 500 mil. Fuck it.
Only George Santos could pull off. Following up a few days later with this official confirmation that the two got married in 2021. But as some replies have pointed out, this isn't the first time George has been married. His first marriage lasted 7 years and was with a woman from Brazil, to which there's also currently an investigation into whether or not he violated immigration law in marrying her. One of George's openly gay friends told the Daily Beast that he tried to get him to marry some Brazilian woman so he could get her citizenship, and that George told him there was money to be made from an arrangement like that. Truly not sure what the fuck that's about, but we know for sure George officially divorced his wife in 2019, a year before his congressional bid and 5 years after he supposedly proposed to a man in 2014, sending out a Facebook invitation that read, "Good evening, everyone. As you all may already know, Pedro and I have decided to join our toothbrushes. LOL, and a very few friends have been selected to share this special moment with us. I hope to see every one of you there and to be sharp and make it count. I know there was no time for a written invitation, but thanks to Facebook, everyone has a whole week's notice. LMAO, for all of you that know me, I can suck on timing. Thanks for sharing this very important day in our lives. See you there." This party never actually happened, as his
Boy, just love line.
ex-boyfriend Pedro Villarva unfortunately rejected
What did you just send me, Dell?
George's proposal 3 times, as he told the Daily Beast, reinforcing the idea that George would routinely engage in relationships with men years before he legally left his wife. In response to any speculation on his sexuality, George told the New York Post, "I'm very much gay. I'm okay with my sexuality. People change. I'm one of those people who change." And while we're on the subject of change, it's also been reported that George was once a supporter of left-wing Brazilian President Lula, according according to one past acquaintance, which would be in stark contradiction to the man we know George to be today. Instead of spearheading progressive bills to expand and protect the rights of the LGBTQ community, for example, George was a vocal supporter of Ron DeSantis' infamous Don't Say Gay bill, which has been widely condemned by activist groups as staunchly homophobic and unconstitutional. Even after George seemed to maybe change his mind on this later and denounce DeSantis' rhetoric as to diminish and remove rights from people like him, he made it clear he still supports the bill in nature. Not sure what part of it he supports, but he hasn't exactly garnered a reputation as an activist by palling around with some of the biggest homophobic monsters in politics, I can tell you that. Which is especially sad when you consider the drag queen allegations.
Today, like well every day, we have new evidence of lies in the case of Republican Congressman George Santos. Now, Santos has vehemently denied reports, as well as videos and photos that two sources told NBC News show him participating in drag shows.
One of the top stories you may have heard if you're already familiar with George Santos is that he supposedly once performed in drag under the name Kitara Ravache, at least according to Brazilian drag artist Eula Rochard. In January 2023, she made this post to Facebook captioned, "Me with the American Republican congressman who wouldn't leave my house," in Portuguese. "Whoever said I was a liar, bite your tongue," implying the person dripped out in red feathers and long earrings next to her to be none other than Representative Santos. The images originally appeared in a Brazilian newspaper in 2008 and were substantiated by an unearthed interview in which one journalist alleges he spoke to George as Kitara nearly a decade prior.
A bandeira desorganizadíssima, muita pouca gente, subúrbio, né? Não é Rio, a bandeira não tem bofe nenhum.
Now, I don't know Portuguese, but those who do have commented down below that he's talking about all the various clubs he used to perform at in Rio, which to me reinforces that old Wikipedia user biography that referenced Anthony DeValder's successful stage life as a drag queen. Eula even told NBC that she knew George at a time when he was coming up in the drag world, and even acted as somewhat of a mentor towards him, along with citing his outgrown sense of grandeur and claiming he lied all the time. Initially, George responded to these claims with absolute and utter denial, writing, "The most recent obsession from the media claiming that I am a drag queen or performed as a drag queen is categorically false. The media continues to make outrageous claims about my life." Though a few days later, as he was leaving LaGuardia Airport, George had changed his tune, telling reporters, "I was young and had fun at the festival. Sue me for having a life," which quite honestly is the most human thing I think he's said so far. Had he just been honest about it from the start, I don't think this would have been the same story. What I don't understand is that George can be honest about this, but still repeatedly lie and change his story when it comes to other personal details about his family, for instance. Even as George made several amendments to his biography as more lies were exposed, there was one notable detail that remained a part of his website throughout it all: that his mother, Fatima DeValder, died in 9/11, which, by the way, was already a subject of debate because in classic George Santos fashion, he initially worded his mother's death in a way that made it seem she passed in her office when the World Trade Center was attacked, until later when he clarified actually she survived the initial attacks but passed away a few years later when she lost her battle to cancer. Only further reporting has indicated that Fatima DeValder wasn't even in the country in 2001. In a visa application she filed in 2003, Fatima states she had not been to America since she left it in 1999. And in another filing just 3 months before the attacks on the World Trade Center, Fatima explained she couldn't come to America because she had her green card stolen in Brazil. These are the words of George's own mother, whose son would later go on to lie about the nature of her death years after her passing in 2016. All for the aim of, I guess, appearing more human? Having such a personal connection to a tragedy that not only affected so many Americans, but specifically New Yorkers, would undoubtedly lend him more credibility among voters in that region. But lying about such a thing also has the potential to irreparably ruin that image in the eyes of those same constituents.
While the Washington office of George Santos is up and running, protesters gathered outside his vacant Douglaston district office, mounting calls to resign from voters who say they were duped by a candidate who fabricated virtually all of his qualifications. Great Neck voter Jody Cass Finkel has launched a bipartisan petition.
We got a con man. We got a liar. We got a charlatan.
Holding Pinocchio figures, voters say Santos is thumbing his nose at constituents by his silence.
For some reason, I don't really know why, there's a lot of people that don't like George Santos and want him completely removed from politics altogether, as evident by Nassau County Republican leaders who all called for George's immediate resignation the week following his inauguration, with several other New York representatives in the House urging the same. The reason the House Majority Leader at the time, Kevin McCarthy, opted not to take action, though, probably had to do with the fact that Republicans only hold a narrow majority at the moment and need pretty much all the seats they can get. And this is all despite one of George's fundraisers being indicted for impersonating a McCarthy aide on the phone to a big donor, but that's actually completely separate from George's own personal legal problems. Being issued one of 2 federal indictments in May of this year, with 13 counts including wire fraud, money laundering, theft of public funds, and lying to the House, his biggest mistake may have been using campaign money to pay for personal goods. And it's not even that he did it, it's that he did it the wrong way. Legal loopholes found within social welfare groups or leadership PACs regularly help politicians get away with the exact type of thing George was doing. It's just that instead of using a real social welfare group or a 501c4, he set up a regular business and falsely told donors it was a 501c4. That business, Redstone Strategies, which wasn't even registered with the IRS, had nothing to do with his campaign and everything to do with his bank account, as stated by New York Times contributor David Firestone, who notes that this business was wiring funds directly into George's personal bank account, which is like insanely illegal, man. You could have gotten away with it too if you just were a bit smarter about it, but I digress. At this point, even his own campaign treasurer, Nancy Marks, has flipped on him. As I referenced earlier, Nancy pleaded guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to defraud the US by committing 1 or more federal offense, according to CNN. Overseeing the Santos campaign finances, Nancy told prosecutors in October that, quote, I filed a first quarter 2022 report stating that $500,000 was loaned to the campaign by co-conspirator 1 and the money was not received at the time. Co-conspirator 1, of course, being George. Implicating him even further, Nancy confirmed, I did these things in agreement with co-conspirator number 1 for his benefit and to obtain money for his campaign by artificially inflating his funds to meet thresholds set by a national political committee. Her testimony came just days before George was then indicted a second time, with U.S. Attorney Breon Pierce stating Santos is charged with stealing people's identities and making charges on his own donors' credit cards without their authorization, lying to the FEC and, by extension, the public about the financial state of his campaign. Santos falsely inflated the campaign's reported receipts with non-existent loans and contributions that were either fabricated or stolen. So, among other things, George is now being accused of stealing the personal identities of donors to make over $44,000 in charges over the course of 8 months without their knowledge. Because these donations often exceeded federal campaign contribution limits,
Wow.
George would just say the money came from his own finances, which wasn't true. At one point, allegedly charging one donor's credit card $12,000 and just sliding the majority of it into his own bank account. I mean, it's so sloppy, it's ridiculous. And throughout it all, he still says he's not taking a plea deal, maintaining it wasn't him and that he can still prove his innocence. Well, it's almost a month and a half later, and we're all still waiting on him to do that. Despite all of this, and even after stepping down from his committee assignments in January, George has continued voting on bills regularly, looming in the background of hearings, usually keeping to himself, in between getting chewed out by Massachusetts Senator Mitt Romney.
Romney telling Santos in that chamber, you don't belong here.
He's a sick puppy. He shouldn't be there.
It wasn't very Mormon of him. That's what I can tell you.
That's not to say George can't hold his own in the good Twitter spat. You trust.
See, that was the other dude's problem. Should have known. That dude, gay. He will reach.
Trust me when I say he's good at popping off at random people.
Oh yeah, he's very good at shit talking people. That's why I like him. So that boy, fraud, loves fraud. That boy he loves commit.
beefing with this random guy on numerous occasions just for the sake of it. Everyone's coming after him. I mean, that's why he must see himself as our generation's Rosa Parks.
Mitt Romney, the man goes to the State of the Union of the United States wearing a Ukraine lapel pin, tells me, a Latino gay man, that I shouldn't sit in the front, that I should be in the back. Well, guess what? Rosa Parks didn't sit in the back, and neither am I going to sit in the back.
Ooh. Bars. Wait, no. What the fuck?
Allies in the House seem few and far between at the moment. Sure, he's got Marjorie Jewish Space Lasers Taylor
Jewish space lasers trying to take down Santa. Fuck for that.
Green on his side, but he's also lied about his interactions with other members like Kristen Sinema, who he claimed was very encouraging and welcoming to him, while she insists the two have never spoken, which has got to make you feel a little bad for the guy. George isn't a saint by any means, but has he really committed any crimes? Yes, are you fucking kidding me? Yes, yeah, he's being indicted on 23 charges and has a trial date set for September 2024, 2 months ahead of when his re-election would have been had he not suspended his campaign following the most recent developments from the House Ethics Committee. In other words, it's never been more Jover.
If this building, if this city put the effort to fixing our country the same way that they put on expelling me, we'd be in a better place. But this place is littered in political theater, and the American people are the ones paying the price.
In the time it took me to make this video, Thomas Suozzi, the Democrat whose seat George took over, has since launched his own campaign with the intention of winning back his original seat. But to be fair, it never felt like George enjoyed the job anyway. The most excited I've ever seen him get is when he was asked a question about the latest season of RuPaul's Drag Race. I mean, he just never seemed super jazzed about being in the House beyond the money he temporarily earned from his campaigns.
Congressman Santos? Who do you think is going to win Drag Race this season? This season? I have no idea. You gotta read up.
I don't know if he even
My boy gay. My boy's like,
wanted to win. I mean, just think about it. Having to constantly deal with reporters hounding you with questions every time you step outside your office must be annoying. Getting little to no respect from anyone at your job must be rough. And to know there is only 7% of the country who wants you in government has got to be brutal. For reference, there are more people in America who think the earth is flat than want George Santos in office. He was never gonna stick around long, I'm sorry to say. But that doesn't mean I didn't enjoy the ride. Usually our politicians are only corrupt in boring ways. George, however, at least kept us all on the edge of our seats, waiting to see what new wacky development would come next. He funded a trip to Atlantic City with campaign dollars? Nice. He misused funds to buy OnlyFans and lip filler? A man of the people. He might be going to federal prison for falsifying finance reports? Classic George. That's not to say he isn't a horrible person. He is, but if we're gonna have horrible people in our government, they might as well be horrible in ways that are occasionally entertaining. He may not be in the House for much longer, but he will be a representative of the Be Gay Do Crimes community forever.
Be gay, do crimes. Wait, gotta change his video.
Save the world.
Stan culture terrifies me. Going so far as to steal your favorite streamer's water bottle at a convention, or getting a tattoo of a YouTuber's single strand of hair is alarming and should probably be studied.
This girl tattooed Drake on her forehead. It was love. I mean, it's crazy. It's surreal. I don't even want to look at it anymore because it's super surreal, you know? Yeah.
Celebrity worship, though, is far from a new concept. And truthfully, in small doses, it doesn't have to be a bad thing. To a certain extent, everyone looks up to and draws inspiration from somebody. But an entire subset of the population exalting powerful oligarchs and hailing those at the very top of the societal totem pole as saviors of humanity is what starts to make me a little uneasy, personally. Maybe that makes me crazy, but in my mind, no one else encapsulates this quite better than perhaps the most talked about guy on the planet right now. A tech mogul and multi-billionaire CEO who gained a particularly staunch fan base with his frequent use of Twitter, depicting himself as a reputable genius with big ideas for the future, and revolutionizing the automobile industry with the first ever exploding cars. Making headlines most recently for his acquisition of the biggest mass communication site on the face of the internet. While some say he's the very elitist oligarch his fans claim to despise, others continue to insist he's not like the other girls being billionaires. He works for us, the people, vowing to spring humanity forward to explore new frontiers outside of our planetary boundaries, right? But how honest is this image he wants us to buy into? That's what I'm here to find out today, as we peel back the curtain behind the most beloved savior of Earth, Elon Musk. Elon Reeve Musk was born on June 28, 1971 in a capital city of South Africa by the name of Pretoria. Brought up alongside two younger siblings by his mother May, a Canadian-born model and dietitian, and his incestuous father Errol, a South African electromechanical engineer, pilot, sailor, consultant, and property developer, meaning it goes without saying that Elon was born into a life of extravagant wealth. A fortune that only grew larger when his father stumbled upon a golden opportunity to sell the family's private jet to some Italians in exchange for half a Zambian emerald mine, giving the family access to all the emeralds they could have ever wanted. Gems which, interestingly enough, Errol claims to have sold himself, hiring a cutter in Johannesburg and pawning them off along his trips as an engineer across the globe. Though that all depends on who you ask. While Elon was once happy to discuss the mine in 2014, he's since denied it ever existing. Not sure what
It ends with the update. Dog, I'm not answering that questions like that. Been playing this game for months. You should know when this ends. Motherfucker, it has a timer that tells you when it ends. Or if you're talking about the diamond egg, it says Hughes is left. I assume it's gonna leave once they all gone. All I know is right now. All I know is if you're gonna want to try to get one of these Hughes, you better go now, because since the clan war ended, there are a shit ton of people in clans trying to get this Hughes now.
happened there. Maybe he just was a bit forgetful. Errol, though, detailed the scale of the family's luxury in a 2018 interview with Business Insider, stating, "We had so much money at times that we couldn't even close our safe. With one person holding the money in place, another would slam the door. And then there'd still be all these notes sticking out and we'd sort of pull them out and put them in our pockets." Being driven to school in a convertible Rolls Royce, the Musk children had thoroughbred horses to ride and motorbikes at the age age of 14, as Errol went on to describe in another interview. An illustrious lifestyle that not everybody in apartheid South Africa could relate to say the least. See, at the time, Elon belonged to a rich minority who was granted better education and healthcare opportunities, giving him a significant head start compared to the less advantaged groups during apartheid. Not everybody's dad owned a stake in a Zambian emerald mine, is what I'm trying to say. Having an influential family with the relevant resources and connections to get ahead is what ultimately allowed him to move to Canada during his teen years. The truth was, his parents had been divorced since 1980, and living with his dad was a decision he ultimately came to regret, as the two had more than a turbulent relationship. A cushy upbringing didn't mean one free of familial trauma.
Very violent. It was not a happy childhood. My father has serious issues.
Elon describing his now estranged father as a terrible human being, emotionally abusing his children their entire lives, which isn't too surprising when you consider he's admitted to having a child with his stepdaughter 40 years his junior, despite raising her since the age of 4. So, after obtaining a Canadian visa through his mother, Elon would then move to the US, attending the University of Pennsylvania and graduating with a Bachelor of Arts degree in physics and a Bachelor of Science in economics by the mid-90s, when he then moved to San Diego with plans to obtain a PhD at Stanford, though Elon quickly changed course as he watched the company Netscape go public with a valuation of about $3 billion. Being a fan of computers and sci-fi his entire life, Elon was enamored with the business potential of the consumer internet, dropping out of Stanford after just 2 days and chasing the money during the dot-com boom, the most convenient timing imaginable for a guy like Elon to be enveloped in Silicon Valley. After hearing a botched pitch from a Yellow Pages representative during his time as an intern, Elon recognized the need for searchable directories online and conferred with his brother slash good friend of another famous billionaire whose name escapes me, Kimball, to do just that. After being primarily funded by Errol, Elon and Kimball's Zip2 sought to provide and license online city guide software to newspapers. And if that sounds boring, it is. I'm not gonna lie, it's boring. And frankly, it's an idea so basic it would have been invented by somebody else had Elon not been at the right place at the right time. But what I find funny is that throughout its early stages, Elon would impress potential investors by building a giant fake casing around a smaller computer to make it seem like Zip2 was some kind of massive supercomputer when it wasn't, kicking off a disturbing pattern of lying to investors that seemed to follow Elon throughout his entire career, but we'll get into all that later. See, Elon and Cowboy Kimball finally scored their first investment from a venture capital firm for $3 million, on the one condition that Elon step aside as CEO and allow a more seasoned tech executive to take his place. While Elon has always pushed to keep himself in the spotlight, Zip2 needed the money, so he agreed. It was at this point that newer, more skilled programmers were hired and tasked with rewriting a huge bulk of Elon's code, as it was evident his skills were self-taught, which is a mild way of putting it when you consider how much needed to be fixed. Like, I'm a YouTuber who doesn't know anything about coding, but because his approach apparently didn't include chunking, he created what's known as a hairball, or a tangled mess of code that's nearly impossible to unravel if anything goes wrong. So hey, maybe coding wasn't his strong suit, but that's okay because neither was managing, apparently. With one former vice president alleging Elon would get really angry if the entire company wasn't still at their desks working past 9 o'clock at night, which I find hard to believe, personally. Elon working his employees to the point of exhaustion has never been documented at any point throughout his career. But after eventually organizing a coup to reinstate himself as CEO, Elon became a millionaire when Zip2 sold to Compaq in 1999, with his 7% share of the company scoring him a $22 million payday, money that he would then sink into an uninsured $1 million car he later totaled, not before inviting CNN over to film the equivalent of a really expensive unboxing video.
I'd like to be on the cover of Rolling Stone. That'd be cool.
He wanted to make himself famous. In fact, it's possible he cared more about his image than just about anything else. You'll see in a minute that the drive behind all of Elon's business ventures relied more on Elon making himself itself a cult of personality than actually improving the world in direct, tangible ways, as we see in the story of X.com, which, despite its name, wasn't a porn site.
So this is an ATM. What we're going to do is transform the traditional banking industry. I do not fit the picture of a banker. Raising $50 million is a matter of making a series of phone calls.
This is where Elon's story gets even more convoluted and dishonest. When going through his list of accomplishments, many incorrectly credit Elon for founding PayPal, when in fact, he didn't. His company X.com merged with another company that had already created and been using PayPal for up to a year prior. While he promised to revolutionize online banking by throwing $12 million at X.com, all he actually managed to do was talk up a big game and make up a bunch of false promises about an online banking software in order to woo investors. The truth was, their technology was faulty at best, with one glaring flaw even allowing users to transfer money from any account in the nation's banking system using only an account number. Employees felt as though Elon had promised the moon and the stars, but had in return delivered nothing close to it. So they were leaving in droves along with one of the co-founders. Struggling to support itself, X.com merged with a competing payment company called Confinity.
Oh, that's why he named Twitter that stupid ass name. Retard had a failed website with a... Makes sense now. Wait, I just made the connection. Whatever Drake said. Wait, I just made the connection. Boy, did not connect shit.
Owned by fellow billionaire and enjoyer of young people's blood, Peter Thiel. He and Confinity received widespread press coverage in 1999 with the launch of PayPal. But despite misconceptions, PayPal was ultimately a product of Confinity, only adopting the name X.com because it was thought to have more marketability than the names Confinity or even PayPal, which was abandoned when early consumers thought it was a porn thing, so they went with PayPal. And it didn't help that Elon was suspected by executive Roelof Botha of not disclosing important financial details to the board, and with the company losing so much money under Elon, more and more people there were questioning his decision-making. So they organized a coup to overthrow him as CEO and replace him with Bloodman Thiel. It worked, and Elon was removed from his executive position at PayPal while on his way to Australia, cutting his honeymoon a little short. As for PayPal, both of these nuts justified the decision by claiming it would have killed the company if Elon stayed on as CEO for 6 more months. Though Elon still kept his stake in PayPal and made about $180 million when it sold to eBay in 2002. He cashed out, but I cannot emphasize enough how little he actually had to do with making the company a success. And he certainly wasn't a founder despite going to extreme lengths to make you think he was. But at least Elon only did this once, right? Right?
He wasn't the founder in the sense of he wasn't, we started it.
I'm not sure why he has to also say that he was a founder when he wasn't. I don't understand that.
Oh, yeah, whatever.
Before we go any further, let me clear something else up. Elon is not the founder of Tesla. Despite this lie being spewed casually across the internet over and over, the company's real founders go by the names of Martin Eberhard and Mark Tarpenning, who formally incorporated Tesla Motors in July 2003. It wasn't until February of 2004 that Elon Musk even came into the picture, becoming the largest shareholder with an investment of $6.5 million. Becoming chairman of the board, but until he became CEO, he wasn't really a big part of the company. Even now, some of the only patents to his name have to do with door designs and the charging mechanism that makes Tesla chargers exclusive to Tesla.
His patent is just on the connecting point, and not the cable or really the tech. Just the shape and locking mechanism of the charging port. Seems like it might have to do with the fact that you can't charge any electric vehicle at a Tesla station, just Tesla cars. And one of the things Musk definitely did early in Tesla production is push for as many charging stations as they could make, meaning that one of the reasons their cars sell so much is because their charging stations account for about 40% of the stations in the US.
Which, gee, sure sounds like a way to squeeze more affordable electric car companies out of the market, but what do I know? Elon at first clashing with Tesla founders after they failed to mention his name in an interview with the New York Times, because why would they? He wasn't CEO. Threatening to pull out of the company, though, if they didn't call back and issue a correction. Elon's pettiness was on full display. Elon was obsessed with being the face of it all. Probably what drove him to out Eberhard from the company in 2007, illegally denying his severance, resulting in a storm of lawsuits and counter lawsuits alike, as Eberhard slammed Elon for attempting to rewrite history and gave himself the title of founder. A settlement was eventually reached outside the court, but it's hard to imagine Eberhard doesn't hold any resentment towards the man who kicked him out of his own company.
Can you describe the moment that you realized you could no longer be part of Tesla?
No.
Is there anything you can say about why you left?
I was voted off the island, and in a rather rude way. It wound up with some lawsuits and some settlements, and it's history now. Yeah, so I can't say a lot about it.
Going to show that the reality of who Elon Musk is doesn't exactly reflect the big Chungus epic wholesome 1000 Reddit image he tries to put forward. At the core, he's still just a soulless businessman. And I promise no amount of Dogecoin is ever gonna change that. To the moon! With Elon at the helm, Tesla has long pioneered the automobile industry by producing accessible and affordable electric vehicles that are both safe for the environment and available for the everyman to enjoy. Assuming the everyman can afford a $50,000 car, but hey, they help the environment, right? Oh, mining lithium for Tesla batteries causes soil degradation, water shortages, biodiversity loss, and literally increases global warming? Damn.
If not, I'm ending up the game if they want that. Whoop.
Yeah, well, at least Elon sold them anyway, despite knowing Model S batteries tended to break down and catch fire in 2012. It was also reported in 2017 that 90% of Teslas that rolled off the assembly line came with some kind of issue that needed to be fixed retroactively. Some buyers reported their cooling system was cobbled together with planks of wood, while other anecdotal testimonies revealed a trend of cosmetic issues even on their most expensive trims. In 2020, Tesla users reported an outage that prevented them from getting into their vehicles. The range of the Model S was once beaten out by another electric vehicle literally made out of trash. The autopilot was once so unsafe that you could bypass the safety feature by shoving a piece of fruit into the steering wheel. The panel gaps are obvious, the plastic is often loose, and the bumpers have been known to fall off in the rain. The NHTSA has opened up at least 35 investigations into Tesla's autopilot after being involved in over 400 accidents since July 2021. Lawsuits continue to pile up over Tesla's apparent phantom braking. Fires involving lithium-ion batteries are notoriously hard for firefighters to extinguish, which is especially unfortunate when you consider Teslas catch fire so often that there's an entire category on the Tesla Wikipedia dedicated to such incidents. Spontaneously catching fire in the store, causing house fires when parked in the garage, even bursting into flames while being washed, with Tesla fires ultimately being responsible for over 30 confirmed deaths. Which doesn't fill me with confidence personally. Really nothing more than a death trap masquerading as a cheap status symbol, which is one of the very few genuine accomplishments to Elon's name. He took the electric car mainstream. At the very least, you could say Tesla's popularity has forced other car manufacturers to pursue their own electric models, most of which seem way more promising than whatever the fuck is going on at Tesla. A company so notorious for OSHA violations, I probably could have made this entire video solely about their horrible working conditions.
we're hearing from a former Tesla employee who sued and won a discrimination lawsuit against the automaker. ABC News reporter Rebecca Jarvis has more on the racial abuse he endured.
On April 16th, 2018.
Said this before. I've talked about it. I don't know who I talked about it to, but I feel like I talked about it on the stream.
A nonprofit investigative journalism site by the name of Reveal News published the results of an investigation that discovered a rampant slew of employee injuries at Tesla's Fremont, California factory that had gone unreported after the company claimed to have made the factory safer than it used to be. Now, I don't know if you knew this, but not reporting a guy's inhalation injuries from breathing in toxic glue doesn't mean it didn't happen. In fact, failing to log serious injuries on government-mandated reports to make your company look safer than it actually is illegal. But right as this investigation was made public, Elon spouted off on Twitter. The problem is journos are under constant pressure to get max clicks and to earn advertising dollars or get fired. After journalist Jessica Huseman reminded him that Reveal News was a non-profit that doesn't have advertisers, Elon suggested they're all rich kids in Berkeley who took their political science prof too seriously. Tesla going on to smear Reveal News as an extremist organization working directly with union supporters to create a calculated disinformation campaign, even though Reveal was just the messenger, basing the report on medical documents, OSHA records, 911 calls, and Tesla's own injury logs, speaking with 5 former members of the Tesla safety team, along with dozens of other former and current employees. Some were union, but others weren't. Employees who described a chaotic factory floor where speed trumped safety. It's been reported that workers were crushed by forklifts, burned in electrical fires, sprayed with molten metal, and sliced by machinery named after X-Men characters. And that's just according to the ones they reported, which amounted to about 722 total injuries in 1 year, or roughly 2 a day. Even over a year later, Tesla still had 3 times as many OSHA violations as the 10 largest US plants combined, which may have had something to do with the lack of yellow hazard marks around the factory. As the Reveal article alleges, concerned about bone-crunching collisions and the lack of clearly marked pedestrian lanes at the plant, the General Assembly Line's then lead safety professional went to her boss, who she said told her Elon does not like the color yellow, along with him also supposedly personally disliking the sound of forklifts backing up. Pretty insane claims Elon has since denied in the same breath as threatening to take away stock options from union workers, which landed him in court. If someone said Elon doesn't like something, you were concerned because you could lose your job, stated the former environmental compliance manager. So not only have employees blamed the unprecedented number of injuries on Elon's supposed relaxed approach to safety, but Tesla didn't even report all of it. When injuries were brought to light on a public scale, however, Elon promised to personally meet with all the injured employees and even visit the floor of the Tesla factory to do their jobs for them, which would have been cool if he had ever actually done it. And this was all before making his employees return to work at the height of COVID, resulting in an outbreak, defying public health orders and causing 450 plus cases at his own factory in 2021 is far from his initial prediction that there'd be 0 new
Oh yeah. Elon's the most retarded person I've ever met. He was just a guy that was born in a family with. Now, because he bought Twitter, he's the best thing.
new cases of COVID by April 2020. And while it's worth noting Tesla isn't the only car manufacturer known for this kind of unethical activity, it's also important to keep in mind we don't worship other tech or car CEOs as such brilliant architects of the future who will bring humanity to the next step by installing chips in our brains or whatever.
In a lot of ways, it's kind of like a Fitbit in your skull with tiny wires. If they're inserted very carefully, so that the robot actually images the brain and makes sure to avoid any veins or arteries so that the electrodes can be inserted with no noticeable damage. You sort of think like if you stab something with a wire, surely it will bleed, but actually at a really small scale, it does not.
Most visionaries, though, don't end up sued by the state of California over reports of, quote, rampant racism that have been around for years. According to a
Oh yeah, you see that? Tesla had to pay one guy $137 million for discrimination and racism.
39-page report from 2022, black employees were not only denied promotions and given harsher punishments than others, but black workers and black workers only were forced to scrub the floor on their hands and knees. Tesla's response to these claims has been both poor and dismissive, shoving the racism allegations to the side to instead brag about how much they've done for sustainability and clean energy, which is pretty fucking ironic considering how much money they pull in from selling their carbon credits.
But Tesla still isn't profitable. Their stated goal is to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy. But Tesla's actual strategy is exploiting well-meaning government climate programs. Look at carbon credits. Government permits to emit a certain quantity of greenhouse gases. Companies earn carbon credits for reducing emissions and have to spend them when they emit too much. Tesla earns a lot, then sells them to other companies, erasing whatever progress Tesla made. The boost from selling carbon credits led to some of the only profitable quarters Tesla had ever had.
So they're basically monetizing pollution. Pollution that Elon has most definitely contributed to with his rocket-related vanity projects. When he can even get them approved for launch, that is. One being denied in 2020 after the FAA cited a tweet from Musk himself where he predicts a 1 in 3 chance of success. Get this, he launched anyway and the rocket blew up. I mean, what are we even doing at this point? But who cares? Tesla and SpaceX are thriving. Tesla's value being so high, in fact, that it can never fail, I think. Actually, it's been reported as one of the most overvalued companies in the world because it's seen as a tech company, not a car company. It's why they've got such a lead on Toyota, for example, despite having to recall so much of their inventory. But at least Elon has some great ideas on how to revolutionize the way we get around.
Traffic is soul destroying. It's like acid on the soul. It's horrible. This is, I think, finally, there's something that I think could solve the goddamn traffic problem.
After finding himself stuck in traffic one day in 2016, Elon envisioned a bright future where people could travel in a less congested environment, vowing to instill a safe, earthquake-proof underground network of tunnels to help you get from point A to point B in reduced time. And if you're thinking, hey, that sounds a lot like a subway, you're right, except these are only for Teslas and can only take on a fraction of the people a subway can carry. Described as a dangerous and uncomfortable death trap by people that have actually used it.
Oh my, there's a traffic jam.
You know what? When it's busy with new people constantly, it's not too bad. But when it's slow and you're by yourself, it kind of gets a little boring sometimes.
So Elon somehow managed to come up with a less efficient, more costly version of something that already exists and works perfectly fine. In fact, one would think the more responsible thing to do for society would be to put more money into public transportation rather than create your own tunnel system from scratch that would require time, resources, and billions of dollars to complete. There's a reason we only have one of these things coming out of a Las Vegas convention center and not the elaborate network Elon once promised. But if I had $1 for all the times Elon failed to go through on a promise, I'd be able to buy Twitter. Making such absurd predictions that don't end up happening, between Tesla battery swapping to saying there will be 1 million robo-taxis on the road by 2020, promising a self-driving Model 3, connecting our brains to computers, and saying he's gonna put people on Mars in the next 10 years, which was 10 years ago. See, setting lofty, unachievable goals for the future is a big part of Elon's business strategy. Sometimes it works out and he finds the funding he's looking for, which isn't hard to do, but other times Elon lying on such a public scale has gotten him sued by the SEC when he knowingly lied about taking Tesla private at $420 while he had no plans of actually doing so. Which all goes to suggest that maybe we should approach this guy's ventures with a strong degree of caution and skepticism. Because at the end of the day, does Elon care more about helping the world or helping his image? Positing himself as the cool guy billionaire with cameos on Young Sheldon and The Simpsons only contributes to the latter. Same with going to the Met Gala and hosting what is by far one of the worst episodes of SNL I have ever seen. Maybe if he wanted to be perceived more favorably and make real, substantial societal change in the process, he'd be making more consistent donations, like when he donated $1 million to trees on one occasion, which is $166 million less than what he tried to sue a whistleblower for, and $43,999 million less than what he spent on the worst app on your phone.
This morning, billionaires debating the direction of the site that has an outsized impact on the spread of information. Elon Musk tweeting overnight, Twitter needs to become by far the most accurate source of information about the world. Former owner Jack Dorsey replying, accurate to who?
Elon Musk completed his takeover of Twitter in a $44 billion deal on October 23, 2022, cleaning house by immediately firing the CEO, CFO, and head of legal policy the following day, with rumors that he was about to fire 75% of Twitter's total employees, an aggressive decision he backtracked before settling on about 50%, which still amounted to over 3,700 jobs being taken away from departments including engineering and content moderation. Some employees in Ireland and Britain staying up late at night to learn about the fate of their careers at 3 in the morning. According to the New York Times, the cuts were so haphazard that at one late night meeting about the Twitter Blue subscription product, at least one worker was locked out of the company's systems during the call. The layoffs were so sudden and devastating, they prompted Twitter founder Jack Dorsey to take personal accountability for growing the company too quickly and letting it reach this point. A point where the FTC is now tracking the developments at Twitter with, quote, deep concern after key members of the security team left en masse as the company goes up in flames. With each passing day, it's becoming more apparent that Elon may be a little too in over his head, saying things about the app only to have it be corrected by the former CEO, the website itself, or employees who have been with Twitter way longer than he has, going so far as to publicly fire an engineer who didn't do anything but offer a correction in a particularly public throwdown that ended with Elon using the information the guy gave him. As one user summarized the situation, Musk declares something he knows nothing about, is corrected by an employee who explains the problem, then fires that employee and presents their ideas as his own, which, as we've covered here today, is quite literally the story of his entire career. But Elon seems to be less concerned about the internal problems that could cost the company billions and more focused on fixing the problems that weren't actually there, lifting an indefinite work from home order to assure employees work 40 hours a week in person as he begins to roll out a number of asinine changes. Some of the changes having to do with content moderation and adding long-form text attachments to tweets, which is something that already exists. Why is everyone in the replies pretending that we don't already have this? Twit longer is a thing. This isn't new. The biggest change that you've probably already seen has to do with verification. Twitter, along with basically every social media site, uses a small check mark to indicate that celebrities, journalists, politicians are all the real public figures they say they are, so that people aren't fooled by impersonators. It's a pretty standard, straightforward method that has always worked, but because Elon is obsessed with making dumb, counterproductive changes that make people pay attention to him, he's decided to change how we view verification, coming up with a plan to charge users $8 for a check mark. But not just for celebrities, for anyone, floating the idea that paying for a subscription is the only way to make more people see your tweets.
Prioritize Twitter's.
Yeah, this was the worst idea ever, because now you see. Because see, the only people that buy Twitter Blue are actual retards. So now you have to see their tweets at the top of every post.
Search, replies, mentions by verified users first. And yeah, this is if you're payment verified with blue checkmark, then you're prioritized. and hateful conduct pays. But if somebody risks losing even $8, the net effect will be over time that the verified users will pretty much always be at the top of comments and search, and you won't really see. You'll have to scroll far to see the unverified.
Which is retarded. Why would you want that? Like, genuinely. They aren't even the only website doing it. Didn't Instagram do it?
Users, which will be the bots and trolls and whatnot.
Incentivizing people to pay for the app by burying unverified accounts under anyone who coughs up $8 and gets a fake little participation trophy. With reports that those who do not pay for Twitter Blue will be relegated to a separate page on the site entirely. So just like his carbon credit scheme, Elon has found a way to monetize free speech rather than facilitate it. Putting it behind a paywall only assures the real avid dick riders are the ones who get their voices heard. That and anyone who pays $8 to impersonate celebrities and tweet things that surely Elon would find hilarious now that comedy is legal again. The one funny thing Elon's ever done, and it was by accident. But this sudden push for subscription-based content makes more sense when we see it in a wider context, as a possible attempt to recoup the losses he incurred by failing to get out of his binding obligation to buy Twitter, at least as stated by a former employee, driving home the point that these new payment options are less a demonstration of Elon's genius marketing wit and more like a desperate scramble to keep the company from going bankrupt. Elon's takeover prompted such a mass exodus of huge advertisers, i.e. where Twitter gets 90% of their revenue from, probably having to do with the number of hate-filled tweets increasing by 5 times and the new CEO of the company himself tweeting ridiculous conspiracy theories immediately following the acquisition. Yeah, it's no surprise that brands don't want to be associated with that. No matter how much Elon threatens to thermonuclear name and shame them in front of 110 million people, which probably won't do much to curb the billions of dollars Elon projects Twitter to lose over the next year, telling employees that bankruptcy isn't out of the question. Of course, the fact he even spent $44 billion at all, more than twice of what Twitter was worth, kinda already demonstrates that being a billionaire doesn't always equate to being smart at business. Now, I'm personally not in the biggest hurry to upload my bank info to an app that just lost a chunk of its cybersecurity team, but I hope for Elon's sake that enough people pay for his dinky little check mark to keep the lights on. But at least in the meantime, he did manage to make Twitter have less ads than this video, so I'll give him that.
PayPal, SolarCity, Tesla, SpaceX, they're so spectacularly different. They're such ambitious projects at scale. How on earth has one person been able to innovate in this way? What is it about you?
Despite everything we've talked about, Elon Musk is still one of the most liked and respected people on the planet. His quirky, casual internet status setting him aside from the group of other elitists who don't have a fraction of the support Elon both enjoys and exploits. His army of unrelenting fans is like a weapon he uses against the people who slightly criticize him, like the time he baselessly accused a journalist of taking bribes for Tesla short sellers, or at the time he called a British diver leading the charge to save a group of boys trapped in a cave pedo guy, paying to find dirt on the man when all he did was refuse to accept Elon's submarines he didn't think could work. Maybe I'm in the minority on this, but threatening to sue a Tesla whistleblower for $160 million is far from preserving free speech. So is attempting to bribe a 17-year-old kid with a Tesla for operating a Twitter account publicly tracking all of your flights, or at the time he allegedly offered a flight attendant a horse after he supposedly exposed himself to her during a massage. Incidents that go completely disregarded or forgotten by his obsessed zealots who soy face at the mere mention of Elon on Rick and Morty or Iron Man or Star Trek. Elon will always be able to preserve his relatable image by annoyingly buying stankmemes.com and posting posting a stonk meme, or posting a Harambe rap song to SoundCloud in 2019, or charging $69,420 for a car, or manipulating the market with a stupid shitcoin. See, Elon's cult following comes from the delusional assertion that despite being the richest man alive, he's just like us. He's a guy you'd smoke a joint with, using his goofy antics to distract from who he truly is at his core. A greedy, rich oligarch who evidently doesn't care much about the safety and livelihoods of the people he employs, or even whether or not the people on the first voyages to Mars live or die for that matter. What makes you think this guy would ever care about you?
Cause I'm built different. Stupid ass.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and I am angry.
Why are all of these fucking influencers doing this, dude?
I want to bring attention to a scheme that has been growing in popularity amongst YouTubers.
The hottest, newest coin of 2021 is Dinkcoin.
Save the Kids coin.
MILF token.
Stanley nipple token. I know I haven't posted in a while.
Guys, this has gone so beyond social media drama at this point. Like, there's legal implications for these guys.
Okay, let the fucking know.
Aren't you guys supposed to be playing video games?
Yeah.
Isn't that what?
That's the crazy. Yeah. How did this whole thing start? How did it end up here?
This is me, straight up. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. We're all being kicked out. I'm sorry.
No way.
Yeah, bro.
All, like everyone but me, right?
No, tell you what.
If there's one thing YouTubers love, it's delivering consistently quality content to their adoringly dedicated audiences. Oh wait, no, it's money. At this point, the term influencer may as well just be synonymous with forcing thousands of fans to wait outside in the California heat as you charge them $70 for condoms. Right, Tana?
I give, and I give, and I give, and it's just like I never get.
I mean, after locking a fake wedding with Jake Paul behind a $50 paywall, who else to trust with your finances than a stand-up gal like Tana Mongoose?
And I looked at my teacher and I go, "You're a bitch!" And she was like, and all the parents were like,
Which is why it makes total sense for Tana to promote only the most lucrative and promising cryptocurrencies on the market, Titscoin. A coin she created herself with the aim of putting money into your pocket, or something along those lines.
Do you believe my ownership in Titscoin just bought me this beautiful Rolls Royce? Get yours now.
Let's see what the coin is worth now, shall we? Oh, hey, that's a big drop. So unless you bought in here and sold off exactly here, something tells me you aren't exactly pushing a Rolls Royce right now. But since early 2021, it seems just about every influencer and celebrity in the book has developed a keen sense for the crypto market.
Nickel is an ERC20 token on the Ethereum blockchain, including deflationary and frictionless yield mechanics.
Begging the question of, what does someone like Kim Kardashian, who once wore mirrored sunglasses to a poker game, know about the complicated world of trading Ethereum Max? Well, that's something I want to figure out today. But just in case you're new to any of this, I think it's best if we start from the beginning.
Now to a wild ride on Wall Street that seems to have just come right out of the blue this morning.
All this wadding by Wall Street, it's making me
Oh yeah, the GameStop stock. I remember that.
Several large hedge funds were severely wounded in the process.
There's nothing normal about what you're seeing when it comes to this stock right now.
Crazy. They call this insane. 700% this month. Now, GameStop is worth over $10 billion at last count.
Palantir, we don't know where they're doing, but I actually think, Herb, that they're smarter than we think.
After hemorrhaging sales for the past decade and having its corpse pissed on by a literal plague, the declining game retailer GameStop took an unexpected turn when its stock value skyrocketed to a whopping record of $487 per share in January of 2021. After being dead in the water for the past however many years, no analyst could have ever seen this coming. So why did it happen? Now, I'm no expert when it comes to stocks or money in general for that matter, matter. I just dropped $124 on Kanye merch for an album that isn't even out yet. But I do know that when a company is destined to fail, there will be those who try and make a little money on the way out, which is exactly what happened with GameStop. Powerful Wall Street hedge funds filled with former frat guys were essentially betting on GameStop's inevitable failure. They were shorting it. To put it in the most simple terms possible, the more money the company lost, the more money went into the pockets of conniving Wall Street investors. It happens constantly, only this time, a third party happened to intervene. Reddit.
A new generation of investors using their phones, fueled by the Wall Street Bets group on Reddit.
It's been a wake-up call, in their words.
The investment subreddit Wall Street Bets quickly picked up on just how much shorting was going on. Not just with GameStop, but AMC Theaters and BlackBerry, to name a few more. That's when they realized just how much chaos they could cause if they collectively chose to pump these failing companies higher in value. So the 3 million Redditor army quickly began buying up as many shares as possible, causing the markets to implode, turning a decent profit and fucking over greedy hedge funds in the process. It's beautiful, really. I can't even be mad. Suddenly, Discord moderators from all over the country were able to spoil their hopefully of-age kittens with illustrious earnings pocketed from pumping stocks like Nokia. But seeing so many elite Wall Street crooks crying on national television made it all worth it.
I got a great idea. Ban social networks to talk about buying short stocks. Right, that's their next move, right?
If you logged on to anything that day, you'd see regular investors, kids even, actually getting rich off stocks at the expense of powerful entities. And the sooner you got on board, the bigger return you made.
I have a kid who bought a house. He made $50,000 and bought a house.
Leaving everyone in the nearby vicinity on the hunt for the next big meme stock to get behind. And I have a feeling you know what they landed on.
Well, now,
the Doge Father.
Okay, Doge Father.
Created as a joke in 2013, the cryptocurrency Dogecoin surged nearly 800% after Tesla CEO Elon King of the Neckbeards Musk tweeted this image on January 28, 2021. Maybe out of spite for Bitcoin or just to have some market manipulation fun, Elon quickly became the face of the Doge movement, as evident by the replies to any of his tweets.
By the way, if anyone believes in Elon after he clowned everyone on Doge, like, you're a sucker. That guy completely took your money.
Oh, yeah.
He fucking owned you.
Believe it or not, I actually owned a tiny bit of Doge myself at the very beginning of the year until selling it before the peak of 7 cents, which later rose to a grand 70 cents in May. So if I had held my original investment, I'd be rich. But it's cool, it's fine. I'm not mad at all. Why do you ask? But then again, if the value of an entire currency can be leveled by a single tweet from Grimes' husband, you probably shouldn't be pouring your life savings into it. All that to say that admittedly, putting money into Dogecoin or any other crypto that does not contain actual utility is more or less just gambling, which isn't bad on its own, but being aware of this reality is crucial so you don't make any super brash decisions that hurt you financially. The spontaneous burst of success from a coin like Doge was a rare event, a fluke that left early investors rich and gave everyone else a case of FOMO, the fear of missing out in the future. Could lightning really strike twice? What if something like Doge happens again? That is exactly the question many celebrities and influencers have been quick to take advantage of.
It's early. If it is a Ponzi, get in on the ground floor.
Now to the British guy.
Move over Dogecoin, which featured the face of a Shiba Inu dog. Now there's Catcoin, which was thought up by no one other than Carol Baskin.
It's not a currency. We call it a currency.
That's right. The owner of Big Cat Rescue, who found fame through Netflix's Tiger King, is getting into the crypto craze.
so remember that painfully unlikable character from Tiger King? No, the other one. No, the other one. The other one. There we go. Carol Baskin, who absolutely did not and would never dream of killing her husband, has taken a rather surprising plunge into the crypto space with her own spin on Dogecoin, aptly dubbed Catcoin, or Scatcoin as I keep reading it. Not the most genius marketing, but that's to be expected considering everything about this project seems about as rushed and unplanned as possible. I'm sure it's all just a coincidence that Catcoin hit the market only 3 days before Doge was expected to reach record highs thanks to Elon's SNL performance. Big Cat Rescue says it will also launch non-fungible tokens in the next 2 weeks, with future plans including a Big Cat metaverse for virtual visits with the cats. With virtual visits? Can you not already watch live streams of tigers online for free? You know what? Never mind. At least the NFTs sound promising. You know, hopefully we get to see more of this oddly sexual furry art style in the future. Gonna make me act up. But what about any of this makes it a scam? Maybe Carol actually has hopes of her own Catcoin going to the moon one day. Obviously not today, as it's been hitting record lows since May 19th. Make sure you know that you can lose money. Yeah, no fucking kidding. But as stated in an interview with CNN, Carol is still deeply concerned about the volume of US dollars that are being printed and distributed with nothing to back them up. Which is a lot of words for a former Dancing with the Stars contestant, but still actually pretty sound reasoning on its face. With every crypto transaction being sent and received through the extremely secure digital ledger, some say blockchain technology may actually reimagine the way we use money. The need for banks may one day be a thing of the past, but I can promise you this: the future of finance will hardly be paved by a project like Scatcoin. Tokens like Bitcoin and Ethereum are always going to reign supreme thanks to their high volume and name recognition, not to mention the slew of real-life international projects they've already been attached to for years. So I wouldn't exactly be banking on some random fringe token spontaneously conjured up by a hacked TV star. Speaking of, Kanye West's wife, or ex-wife, or new wife, I have no idea anymore. But I can't say I see anything wrong with Kim K sharing her abundant crypto wisdom with a following of 248 million? Only a slight responsibility there, you think? But at least she's out here promoting one of the more mainstream tokens, Ethereum Max. What the fuck is Ethereum Max? Okay, so it's literally just a blatant scam. Not to be confused
Oh,
with
did I, huh?
Ethereum Max is only
For real? I got a
so people get
Titanic?
confused and think the two are somehow associated when they aren't. In fact, according to CoinDesk, Ethereum Max requires very little technical skill to make, which is alarming enough on its own, but you really think Kim Kardashian's following of millennial white women know that? They're just gonna take her endorsement at face value because she's Kim Kardashian, a literal billionaire whose word will naturally be placed on a pedestal just by proxy of being Kim Kardashian. This is not financial advice. Look, okay? Online, nothing ever good comes after those words. I wonder who exactly these friends of hers are and how much they must be paying her for this story post, because the way this thing reads, there's no way there wasn't a fat wad of cash behind it. In reality, it's difficult for crypto experts to say how a project like Ethereum Max even works, both on account of how new it is and how the Emacs website only contains intentionally vague buzzwords under the community perks tab. See, they don't show you the whole graph either, right? Like, this
The only way I would believe you
and hey, it's worth
on saying I got a Titanic would be if I dropped a rainbow shiny.
Behind this project either, another glaring red flag to take note of, because with less faces attached to the project, the less chance of scrutiny and potential blowback down the line. The only faces I can see are those of household names like Kim K and Floyd Mayweather, who already scammed about 1 million people into paying for a fake boxing match with the guy from Law and Order. Legalized bank robbery. Yeah, can't argue there. These are people being paid anywhere from 6 to 7 figures per sponsorship based on previous reports. I mean, Floyd didn't exactly disclose he was being paid for wearing an Emacs shirt, but it wouldn't be the first time he's left out that key detail, now would it? When he was fined over $600,000 by the SEC in 2018 for promoting some random token called Centro, which shockingly turned out to be a fraud. The creator of that little number got locked up for 8 years after advertising fake partnerships with Visa and MasterCard, so just keep that in mind when hearing about certain crypto ventures from dudes who spent their entire careers getting socked in the head. Chances are many celebrities wouldn't be doing this type of promo if there wasn't something substantial in it for them. A pretty grim prospect when you consider who exactly these people are affecting. Their fans, who are not multi-billionaires. Loyal supporters are being duped into thinking their investment is going to make them rich, when really all they're doing is maxing out their losses. See what I did? The Ethereum maxing out. Never. Openly playing with someone's livelihood is just sick, and to be at that level of financial freedom and still have the gall to treat your audience like piggy banks is just grotesque, with some of them being more obvious than others.
Alright, Moon Boys, listen. I know you guys are in the crypto space, and it's the wolf here.
What would a good pump and dump